All right. Uh,
Oh,
is that working?
yes, it is.
Yes. Cool, cool. Okay.
Well,
If my shift key would work, that would be great too. Uh, all right. So,
For that typing speed, I
I
love
was
that.
gonna say, Speed Demon
Jeez.
champion over here.
Yep.
a little bit of practice here and there.
that looks kind of crazy
All right.
right there.
So
So
this
what's with
is.
all the water?
Yeah. I'll kind of get into the main things one by one. So, this is the super huge map that we have. It's not. It's well. This version does have the roads now, as you can see, and it has the paths. It is missing a couple paths that I do need to still add, which I'm going to be doing actually probably even on the stream. Other than that, it just needs some polishing and things of that nature. But other than that, it's pretty much done. So as you can see, like I'll zoom in a bit. These are the grids, and this is as far as you can take the terrain. So we've taken it literally as far as the terrain can go. So it's pretty much in that sense, it's literally as big as a map can actually be in Rust. Until there's like at least until there's like a sustainable way to kind of circumvent the grid limitation. Um, we have circumvented it a bit by choosing to make tier 4 completely out of the grid. We originally were like in earlier drafts of the map, we were going to make it um, in like part of the actual mainland, but we decided that by doing so, it would kind of limit how much space we had to work with, and it would kind of just shrink each tier. So therefore, to kind of make the most of what we have to work with, we made the map the mainland only tier 0 to tier 3, and tier 4 is basically just everything outside of the grids, outside of the tier 3 area grid. So in case some of you haven't read the one of the trillion walls of text I've posted across the past couple months, in particular the past month, the tiers and the biomes of this map are actually independent. They're basically made as individual islands. So what you're looking at here, for instance, is tier 0. Can you guys see my cursor?
Yeah.
Yes. Cool.
Yep.
So this is tier 0. It's the little tiny piece of the map. It has its own island. This is tier 1 temperate. And then, as opposed to the previous map, this one goes from west to east in terms of it increasing in tier. So it starts at tier 0 here and goes to tier 3, and then tier 4 out here. As you'll probably notice, there are no monument markers, which I'll get to. So one of the advantages of having each tier and biome be its own island is that it's really like distinct where you are, and like it has a sense of kind of like localization. Um, as I speed around the map, by the way, a lot of things don't load right away, so that's why certain things kind of make it. Also, the resources that are here, these are not the real resources. This is the procedurally generated resources from Rust because I have no plugins on this map test server. So yeah, just a heads up that these are like real resource spawns.
It's
Um,
actually flatter than I was expecting in
yeah,
some of those parts.
we tried to kind of go for a compromise. Like the terrain, as I was saying in one of the trillion walls of text, that each biome kind of has its trademark terrain, whereas like the Arctic, it has kind of like more mountainous terrain, like things like this, or more accurately, like this would be probably the best indication, where it's like more explicitly mountainous that really doesn't exist anywhere else on the map. So this area, for example, is the gravel biome, which is actually a new a new subbiome that we haven't introduced on the previous map, and I'll cover that as well shortly. So yeah, the Arctic is more mountainous. It has, as you can see, like in the kind of stamps on the ground. And let's see, the temperate. Try to get rid of the fog a little bit. So the temperate is more like hilly and valley-like, as opposed to like explicitly mountainous. It does have like a pretty fair balance of like flat areas, and as well as hills and stuff. So we try to go for that kind of approach across most of the a particular biome, but it's not like homogeneous. So as you'll see, like for instance, if I go over here, there's like more obvious and pronounced hills and stuff like that. And some of these are actually not finalized. Like I need to fix this kind of more ugly looking hill. Um, and also a lot of these are meant to actually have rocks on them, so it's not just this like hump looking thing. But as you can see from the roads, some of these, which are also not final, like some of these are a little too hilly. But basically, in general, they're far more hilly. And this here is actually one of our patented bridges. Um, the the tiers and the biomes are separated into rather separated by two different kinds of bridges. The main type of bridge, as you'll be able to see, um, this is the main ring road. As you can see, it goes around the entire map. It has kind of like a center intersection as well. Um, that those roads, which are also, it still need to be polished and some rocks need to be added, stuff like that. And gaps need to be fixed. These have roads that allow car travel because this is the primary road. But in addition to that, we also have, let's see if I can find it. We have bridges like this, and this needs to load in. So these types of bridges are not able to be traversed with modular cars. We wanted to make it so that if you're going to be traveling with a car, because like even though this is as big as you can make a rough map, we had to take some logistical precautions so that you couldn't just like get anywhere too quickly. Um, because we are trying to make this really as MMORPG like as it can be without instances, and to achieve that, we did make certain design choices to like for certain things. So a bridge like this, you can cross with obviously on foot and with a horse. So horses, which are obviously not as convenient as cars, but they do have more points of entry around the map that you can use to traverse in bridges like this, as well as obviously the bridges that cars can. We are also considering adding in like other areas that aren't already covered by bridges, by adding kind of like, I guess you could call them like pedestrian type bridges where they're too thin even for a horse. They only can be crossed on foot. At the moment, we decided not
Zip
to.
line.
Oh, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Zip line.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that would be a pretty cool feature actually. There
Right.
are kind of like there's some interesting things we've been thinking about doing with parachutes. So who knows? Um, but yeah, so at the moment we decided not to do that because we want to see how it will work out with the two main types of bridges. For instance, tier 2 temperate, which is over here. Um, this right here in the center is tier 2 temperate. It has a bridge which connects to every single type. I think somebody's echoing. Somebody wants to watch out for that. Yeah, as I was saying, tier 2 temper because it's the center um, landmass. It connects to everything. It has the main area which goes over here and over here, but it has bridges which connects like at pretty much every point, like here to here, everywhere. So yeah, we're gonna see how that's gonna work out. Another reason why we decided to go with that design choice is because not only to kind of like enforce a certain type of limitation on how fast you can get like literally anywhere. In addition to that, there's the issue of adding too many bridges. Well, first of all, the bridges kind of are very like prefab heavy, which has like more and more performance impact. So we kind of had to like limit how many of these we were going to add to the map. And in addition to that, if we add these bridges, they kind of need to be accompanied by like an actual road. And to do that, it's pretty much going to cut into the buildable terrain considerably because you can't build like too close to a road. So if we start adding roads like everywhere, it's going to like pretty severely cut into where you can build. And we tried to keep that as open as possible because we do have quite a lot of monuments um, on the map, which actually could be a good segue to the reason why we didn't go with monument map markers. And the reason for that is because there's there's so many monuments on this map that when we originally tried to do that, it really started to look unseemly, where like the map was kind of like spam with text everywhere. That's one reason. Another reason is that then we decided to maybe only list um, uh, to only list the main monuments with map markers, but then it created a kind of confusing effect where we kind of tried to look at it from the perspective of like a new player, where like they're only seeing those map markers, and it might lead them to believe that that's the only those are the only monuments on the map, which is no good. Um, then there's other reasons as well. For instance, like we already have you can't see them now because there's pretty much no plugins loaded at the moment. You can't see them now, but there are actual POI point of interest markers all over the map in the same way that there already is, on our current map. So it kind of became redundant. Like there kind of became like a lot of reasons not to include the face punch black map marker text. And then the fourth and final reason, which I'll kind of just very briefly get into, is that because the map is so big, we want to really incentivize like the feeling of exploration. And with the way we have map markers, which are like localized and they're like radius based, um, it really kind of encourages players to like go around the map and to kind of make their own maps, which we realize, of course, is inevitable, which will of course happen, and we're not against that. It's kind of like fighting the tide, but there is a difference between like consulting an online map or like a map that you've made personally, and it being like engraved globally. So we did want to kind of encourage like a localized feel with map markers in that way as well, which is an important thing because map is quite big for Rust map, and it does incentivize exploration. And also, as you can see, obviously, like inside the map itself, everything is marked. Like it's kind of obvious. Like where something actually is because it's more or less marked on the actual map itself. So, like, if you're just like opening the map and you're just like navigating, you can pretty much navigate to like every point of interest. I believe literally every single one. has some kind of like map engraving. So yeah, those are the kind of the reasons why we decided to do that, and I kind of just wanted to cover those main things because obviously that's like a pretty radical departure from most or maybe like every Rust map. So it's just a design choice we decided for all the aforementioned reasons. So okay, in terms of which monuments actually are on this map, so a big emphasis of what we're trying to do is there's kind of like different types of monuments we have. Um, the main and biggest monuments are kind of like the more group oriented monuments, which are, for example, these face punch ones, and like as I teleport around, these just need a couple minutes, a couple seconds, hopefully not minutes, to load in. Um, and as you'll see, actually, I'll probably show you this from the map editor perspective. Like if I go over here, so this is the face punch um, power plant, and this in in the map editor you can actually um, yeah, see you can actually like put down the whole power plant at once, and if you try to do that, this might lag for a couple of seconds. Yeah, so what's going to happen when it stops lagging? It's going to put down the entire bundled content power plant. Where did I go? Here we go. So this is the monument as a whole, and you cannot stray from this. This map editor is quite buggy, by the way, so bear with me if some things like lag or are buggy. Um, you can't do anything with this. It's all or nothing. Like this is the monument as a whole. So what we did, which is actually what has been responsible for the most recent delay, and is like a big plugin reconfiguration that we had to do. We essentially recreated this, or rather adopted the method, I should say, of recreating and deconstructing this monument. So as you can see, this is in all kinds of pieces. Like this is no longer the bundled content. This is literally just everything is like in like thousands of pieces. So what this has allowed us to do, it allowed us to resolve a lot of issues that come pre-packed with uh like how should I say? I guess vanilla Rust kind of like content. And it also allows us to kind of like pick and choose things that we can remove, things that we can add. We can fix certain like issues that like kind of have persisted for years, and that Facepunch hasn't really like wanted to fix too much with these monuments. I mean, with that said, like it is a big undertaking, so like things are going to be perfect. But the point is that this is like a big step in the right direction for us because as I also posted in like one of the walls of text that if Facepunch ever does change these monuments, we no longer will ever be affected by that because we're not officially using their bundled content. This is all just like remade by hand, and that's one of the reasons why it doesn't have map text. So let's see. So yeah, as you can see, there's no map text, and yeah, this is kind of just the recreated power plant, which is more or less. Um, I hope I'm not embarrassing myself, and this actually is the power plant. I believe it is. Um, yeah. So
Yeah, it's power plant. Don't worry.
yeah, cool. Sounds good though. I never kind of like run out of opportunities for self embarrassment, so just making sure. Um, so let's see. So yeah, this is essentially the concept of what we've done for every major Rust monument that we're still using. The ones that we're still using are primarily the biggest ones. And the reason we opted to do that is because the other alternative would have been to like create or find or like commission custom monuments of this caliber. And I mean, the truth is that, like Vanilla Rust, Face Punch has done a great job with these monuments, and to try and like make this many monuments of this size, it pretty much would have just delayed the map by probably another few months. And we just decided it wasn't worth it when we were already familiar with these and we could just kind of do the deconstruction method. So that kind of I hope gives some additional context into why we had to do that. We originally thought that our plugins would work with um, with the deconstructed versions, but unfortunately, on like a mass scale, they just did not work. So that's what we're kind of fixing at the moment, as well as we're as well as other things, and we're taking this opportunity to do other like kind of polishing things. So this right here is an example of a custom monument we have, and we have quite a lot of custom monuments. Um, and this is a POI, point of interest, for advanced crafting in the world. Now, how this works is one big feature of this map. And by the way, if I ever like cut out or get really low, just let me know because Cacti tells me from time to time that my mic becomes quiet sometimes. So definitely let me know if you can hear me. Um, so as I was saying, yeah, um, a big feature of the new map is custom monuments. Let me make sure this is, this recording is working. Okay, I think it is now. It probably wasn't working because I'm trying to record this just to post it for people who aren't here. So it looks like everything I said before this. Is anyone else recording this by chance?
Yeah, I'm recording it right now on OBS.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
same.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, guys. Good job. All right, cool. I'll probably need to get the beginning from you. Maybe the whole thing. I'm not sure if if my recording will actually work because I didn't have time to like fully test it.
You should probably just turn off your recording because to us, it looks like your machine's struggling a little bit. So maybe save up some performance there, and we'd just grab a stream from one of us.
The recording is through Shadowplay, and it pretty much has like really uh very low performance footprint. It should be all right. And the reason there's some lag is really, like I'm running the local server plus the map editor plus clients. So anyway,
That's just a little bit.
yeah, couple things. So yeah, we'll see if like it really gets unbearable or something. I'll have to make some adjustments. So okay, so as I was saying about the kind of profession-based concept of the map, um, every real kind of like profession that players can pursue, which is like crafting. Although technically down the road, crafting is obviously going to be broken up into kind of like many sub craft or crafting methods because there's like weapon smithing, gun smithing, like bow crafting and so on. Um, so that will eventually happen later, especially when we introduce the skill system, which is going to be, which I won't get like super into right now, but the concept skill system will be that um, every like individual pursuit, excuse me, every individual pursuit that a player can undertake is going to be an individual skill, so that you're gonna be able to raise. So that will really like add a very high degree of specialization because unlike now where like if you get to level 50 or whatever level you get, you could theoretically respec into whatever build you want. And that's not really going to be the case once we implement the skill system. The skill system is going to allow players to raise every skill in the game, but there is going to be a skill cap of how many of those skills you can utilize at any one time. And every level that you get on plant is going to increase the skill cap by a certain amount. So if you're like level 50 or whatever, you have a certain number of skill points that you can actively utilize on that implant, and that's kind of how that will work. So that way, like theoretically, if you wanted to skill up absolutely everything in the game, you could, but you can only utilize a certain amount at once. In any case, so these profession monuments, as I said, this one is for advanced crafting. How it will work is there will essentially be NPC factions here. In in this version of the server, which is 2.0, pretty much every NPC faction is hostile. Ultimately, we're going to evolve that concept where they're not going to be hostile by default. When we go into 3.0 and beyond, the NPC factions are actually going to be they're going to have faction standing that players can raise. And if you kind of like ingratiate yourself with certain NPC factions, you will um, the NPC faction obviously will no longer be hostile to you, and you can actually defend them, and you will passively gain resources from them, which will kind of be a substitution from having to farm them. Because like obviously, if they're no longer hostile, players might wonder like, how are you going to get resources? Because one of the purposes of their hostility is that you can actually farm them for their resources. So yeah, it will be kind of like defense mechanic where you can actively defend them and kind of spread their influence. Excuse me, their influence in the world, and that will allow you to be kind of rewarded by that. But yeah, that's kind of getting way ahead of things, which I'm trying to avoid doing too much because um, that's kind of in 3.0 when we do the rebrand launch. So, and that will probably be. I mean, I'm not gonna even dare at this point to even give any because that's only ever really backfired for us. Um, I kind of need like one of those like electrical prods, I think, where it's like if I give a date, I just get shocked or something. Um, but um, barring that, the 3.0 launch will be a considerable amount of time. So for the foreseeable future, every NPC faction is going to be hostile, and what that means is, I mean, well, with the exception of obviously the Guardians, who are selectively hostile to criminal scum, of course. So when you farm NPC factions who will be guarding profession-based monuments, they're gonna drop certain items, certain resources. Like um, the the loot tables are going to be extremely um, localized and regionalized from henceforth. So like right now, they kind of are already regionalized to an extent. The way that they're regionalized now on the current map is basically um, the components have a certain regionalization factor to them, but that's kind of about where it ends. Like if you farm a certain monument, it has like a trademark component, and certain monuments, mostly in temperate, have they don't even have a trademark. They kind of like drop the lower tier of every component. I swore there was a bridge here. Okay, here. Yeah. So then down the road, this isn't going to be live on the map overhaul, or it may be selectively live. It depends on kind of what we can get out because our priority is honestly to just launch this thing as soon as humanly possible. Because we've delayed it a number of times, which is not what we want. We don't want to keep people hanging. We don't want things to get dragged out. Obviously, we have the custom items patch, which has been like looming for months. So like we really do want to get that out, and like I wanted to let everyone know it's it's the furthest thing from what we want every time like we end up delaying something like that because like we just want it to be on the server. Like this stuff is like it's coded, it's it's largely good to go in a lot of respects. It does need to obviously be polished and tested and things like that. But there are certain precursors and certain requirements that we have um, to launch those patches, and we kind of realize a little later than would have been preferable um, that we needed to do kind of the map overhaul sooner rather than later to launch that patch because a lot of reasons which have to do with like the NPC factions and the items dropping and the difficulty behind them and things of that nature. It really just needed to be done. So that's why originally we were going to go with the expansion, which kind of we realized we were kind of like playing that safe, which obviously then became the overhaul, which then became like more of an overhaul than we were originally going to do, and that's why we kind of are where we are. So a little context of that. In any case, okay. So as you kill the NPC factions which guard these faction-based monuments, inside of here is going to be kind of areas that you can interact with. And what that's going to allow you to do, that's going to allow you to kind of do advanced crafting, where like you can take, let's say, um, let's say you could take like a tier 3 item that you would normally craft, like an AK or something, right? Which technically AK is a bad example because it's like egregiously expensive to craft because we're currently using, well, because we have to use, at the moment at least, vanilla costs. But so let's say like a bolt action or something. So you would come over here, assuming this is like the tier 3 version, and you could craft that here. And when you do so, you're gonna get some passive bonuses that are going to make that item kind of like as premium as it can get. And after we launch the custom item patch, we're going to then proceed towards the custom crafting system, which is not going to launch with that patch because those are two entirely different systems. Because the well, technically the first version of the custom item patch is launching with the overhaul. It's including certain custom items like monument based fuses, key cards, chest keys, tier based items like jumper cables, things like that, and other things I'll also get to. Um, so that's technically the first version of that. The second version of the customized patch is obviously going to be the weapons, tools, armor, and things like that. Um, and that is going to allow players to loot those items from NPCs, and obviously through crates and such. So that's not going to be craftable in the first iteration because for that to be craftable, we have to implement our custom resource system to go along with the custom crafting system. And that's going to allow people to get custom resources, and then we're going to have like our own UI, and it's going to have completely custom costs based on custom resources. And I'm just going to keep saying the word custom. And and as players have all those custom things, um, they will be able to make custom items, and that's going to especially play into kind of foundation we're laying with these monuments. Because if you would come over here, you would essentially be able to craft like um, premium items of all different kinds, and we're probably going to like differentiate the UI specifically with this monument in particular. It's either that or we're gonna have to break this monument up into like different crafting monuments. But I don't know how realistic that is because like that's probably would take up a lot of space. So we're a little undecided about that. But the idea is you would go into the open world and you would essentially take your resources that you want to craft with you, and you would get your premium craft that way. So what that does is it allows the crafter playstyle to kind of venture out into the open world and to add more depth to their playstyle by like more depth and more reward based on the increased risk, especially based on the fact that like to kind of like emphasize more what we mean, like when you craft an item like that, you're gonna have to have the that particular crafting skill leveled up. So that means that like whatever implant you're using, you're probably going to just be heavily crafter focused at that point. So that implant is not really going to be a fighter type character. So if you would go to this monument, you probably would struggle to clear these NPCs. So you may want to go with like a clanmate, with a friend, or you could even hire the services of like a fighter type character. Because like as I'm trying to kind of get across, like especially with the skill system, as we get deeper into the RPG overhaul, which is tentatively after the custom items patch at some point. We're gonna do like some small patches after that, like probably like some alignment tweaks and things of that nature. But like when the RPG overhaul hits, things are going to get like super specialized. That's kind of the main point. So that's why, like, when you would come here, you could, as I was saying, like, you could hire or just make friends with, or whatever the case may be, or you could even like, you could be a hybrid build that could actually clear these and still do a high-end craft in here. So you would take your resources, you do that, and that's kind of the premise of a lot of these profession-based monuments. Like I'll show you a couple more. Um, this is the pump jack where I have like an actual monument. Oh wait, pump- no, this is actually the quarry. Sorry, quarry. Um, all of these quarries are where am I? I am tier 3. Okay, the quarries are all tier based. Now there's actually quarries in tier 1, tier 2, as well as tier 3, and the quarries are kind of like they're not really a what you could say like a profession necessarily. They're more like a world objective. But you know what? I actually kind of like accidentally segued into that. So I'll get back to quarries in a tiny bit. I was actually looking for the pump jack. I think pump jack would be over here. The map is so big I like can't even find the Harrod. Okay, here we go. It's like somewhere here. Well, if I can't find it, the point is that the pump jack would be kind of like the refining profession type monument, and it's really like the same premise. Like a lot of the stuff is still loading. The map takes a while to load when you kind of like zip through it like this. Um, so let's see. This is the graveyard, which I'll show in a couple. Uh, where's another profession base? Let this load real quick. One thing I still one thing I still need to do is I still need to make the kind of dirt paths um, near the bridges. Like some of them already have dirt paths, but the idea is that like every main bridge connected to the ring road, um, it has like an obvious identifying thing that you can see on the map. Whereas the kind of the bridges, this would be an example of a bridge that already has like a very small path built into it, because we wanted a way for players to identify where the actual non main bridges are, and because the bridges cannot be seen on the map, there's no way to like force them to be visible in that way. Um, we decided to opt for this kind of just so players have indication of that. Oh, did I just accidentally? Yeah, I did. I just accidentally teleported away from. So I'll let that look real quick. That I believe is the bank, which I guess since I teleported there, I may as well show it. Second. This is the same place I am, but in the actual game. Um, so let's see. Yeah. So okay, I'll quickly segue into the bank. Really. So this is one of the alignment. Well, it serves multiple purposes. Like this is an alignment-based POI. It allows players to deposit scrap, and they'll kind of get interest for that passively. But the kind of risk versus reward concept is that you can deposit it there, but it's also able to be robbed. Excuse me one. I'll get back. Yeah, as I was saying, so the risk versus reward is that you can deposit scrap here, which you will receive an interest on passively. However, these monuments can be robbed by criminal players, and that's essentially going to allow the criminals to get a certain percentage of what has been deposited here, and it will create a kind of like naturally occurring alignment-based event, which is something that we really want to get more into in time. We want to add a lot more of that kind of thing, where lawful players have incentive to kind of like defend a certain POI, and criminal players have incentive to attack it. And if the lawful players can defend it, well, obviously they have, you know, protected their interests. But in addition to that, when they defend it, it's going to kind of spawn a natural event, and you're going to be able to get like EXP, alignments, clan points, and things of that nature for coming the defense of a kind of like public uh, alignment lawful monument. And the same thing is true in reverse. Um, uh, Same is true in reverse for criminals. They will be able to, if they successfully rob it, they're going to get EXP, clan points, and so on for successful robbery, as well as, of course, completing their objective, which is going to allow them to get a certain amount of the scrap that has been deposited there. So a big example of this in like nuclear option mode would be the treasury mine, and this is I'll kind of give you guys this. So the treasury is located kind of in the center of temperate tier 3, which we intentionally wanted to do. Like a lot of the monument placements, which kind of like how should I say, slowed down the process, shall I say, was because we really wanted to make sure that the monuments in relation to one another had like a kind of balanced and game designed and everything, and that like each tier and biome like had a pretty fair balance with what they offer, so that it wouldn't obviously be like overpowered, live in just one monument or live in um, a certain area like within that tier and biome. So in any case, this thing is taking forever to load. This is also going to probably take forever to load. But the premise is that like this is kind of like the Fort Knox of the game world. Fix that rock real quick. Um, where when this is finished, it's going to be patrolled. Still loading. It's going to be patrolled by like a custom version, custom Bradley version, and also patrol helicopter, and as well as other elite NPCs. And like this is kind of like a very end game concept for criminal players. Most likely, it's not even going to be doable with just like a small group of criminal players. Although I guess you guys can prove me wrong about that. I guess we'll have to see, right? Um, the idea is that a lot, like a big concerted effort, would be made by criminal players to attack this and take out kind of the world bosses which are protecting it, as well as the elite NPCs. And if you're able to breach it, you're gonna blast doors, and inside of here, there's gonna be loot which passively accumulating, and you're gonna be able to rob and take that loot. It's going to be like very beefy stuff. So um, there's a lot of incentive for it, and it's going to obviously, well, or maybe not obviously, similar to the bank, it's going to spawn a event type thing where you will also get EXP, clan points, alignment, and so on and so forth for either defending it or capturing it. There's more to it than that, but that's kind of like the general gist of how that's going to work. So let's see. Okay. One thing I wanted to cover is, I mean, some of these things I've already mentioned in uh, Wall of Text number 100, but I'll recap some of them in case not everyone was able to read them. So one thing is the fact that rivers, which are freshwater sources other than water wells, are no longer going to be able to be built upon. Rogi, that's specifically targeting you. Sorry. So there's like an anti-rogi build zone. That's what it's called in Rust edit.
Amazing.
So that build
Build it
zone,
on the ocean.
build zone is basically um, to prevent players. We're not going to name any names. I hope I didn't already do that, but we're not going to name any names. But the idea is that that certain players essentially won't just get to the rivers ASAP, and the rivers aren't accessible by the majority of the player base. Which theoretically we could have allowed that to be kind of a concept, but even though we've added a lot more rivers to the world, I mean, the rivers do take up a fair amount of space, and not only that, but like we also wanted them to be fairly spaced out. Like as you can see, like these are the tier 1 has 1, tier 2 has 2, tier 3 has 3, like in each biome. The exception to that is tier 1 temperate, which has 2. And the reason for that is because tier 1 is like kind of elongated in shape rather than like all kind of bunched up. So it would have been like too exclusionary to have it on only one side. And we couldn't put it in the center because that area is reserved. Um, so yeah, the idea is that rivers are going to be kind of like a public thing, not only for as a freshwater source, but also for fishing, because we actually have a lot of plans for fishing. And we wanted players to be able to do freshwater fishing, or just fishing in general, for that matter, um, other than the coast. Which, because this map is so big, like I'm flying around the map, which might kind of give the impression that it's not as big. Like if I like let's say stop flying for a moment and I started to like run, like if you look where I am, I'm right over here, right? So like this is kind of me running, and if I do this for like a minute, whatever I might do it for, like as you can see, I'm not exactly making too much progress to get through the game. Like it'll take a fair bit of time to get all the way to the other side, especially in areas that don't have even terrain. and especially in areas that like don't have a bridge or a road in that exact vicinity, which would actually require you to go kind of around. Like if I um oh wow, lucky. Oh no, I thought there was a thoroughbred. I'm not thoroughbred right now. So like if I go kind of like in this direction, which isn't directly on the road. Oh, one thing I'll add, by the way, while I'm on the horse, I'll add that we really um, to make the terrain um, in such a way where horses can no longer really get stuck, because the current terrain is fairly infamous for that happening in a lot of areas. Well, I don't know, a lot of areas. If you take into account like the whole map, but let's say a lot more areas than we would want. And the current, the new map terrain is like pretty good for no longer being able to get stuck. Of course, as I say that, I'm probably stuck, but um, so one thing is an example of where like if there were no if this terrain didn't go straight down here, you actually wouldn't be able to cross here. Like like if these rock and these cliffs were here, you simply would not be able to go down that way because um, horses cannot go down through them. So that's kind of the idea that like even though the terrain um, might allow you to go in like a straight line in certain areas, you can't. There's certain areas that you can't circumvent, and they're gonna require you to kind of go around a bit. So like if you have a horse, this horse has some broke ass stamina. So let's see what we can do about verbally abusing this horse. So for that, um, actually let's maybe give it a these. Oh, did it just abandon me? Oh, okay, I wouldn't have blamed it if it did.
That horse is not taking the abuse.
Yeah, I mean honestly, this is what 2022? Come on, can't be verbally abusing horse, even virtual. Um, so right, okay, I'm a little faster now, a little more stamina, better. So as I'm following this road, um, obviously, if you wanted to cross and oh, that bridge needs to be fixed. No, oh, bad example for a bridge. Okay. Well, so let's see. So yeah, this would be an example. Did I stuck the horse? Please, please, God, tell me I stuck it. Just to contradict myself. Did I do it? Did I do it? I did it. I think I did. Can I lead it? Let's see. Oh, all right. Okay. I successfully contradicted myself in about 1 minute, but it's a pretty good record for me. Well,
The poor horse.
to
I saw
my
it coming.
to my defense, there are going to be rock cliffs here, so that probably won't be possible when things are fully polished. Because, funnily enough, this would be an example of terrain. that It kind of like looks like our current terrain, where it's just this like complete incline, which just goes straight up. So we're not really going to have much of that. Um, and this is going to have rock, and it's fixed, obviously. But like in the majority of hills, for instance, like stuff like this. Like let's see. This one may or may not be, I think it most likely will. Yeah, it's not steep enough. So most things like that's probably an example of something that's like as steep as it's gonna get for terrain that is actually meant to be like rideable. Obviously, like in um in areas like like can't- but that is intentional. So not on. this monument while we're here is one of radiation-based monuments. Um, it's kind of I won't get too much into it, but the premise is that like um, none of the map has radiation other than these areas.
We seem to not be able to hear you anymore.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
choppy.
How about now? How about now?
Yep.
Yep, you're good now.
Better. Much better.
Yeah, it happened. Okay, yeah. My headset, like this little microphone, if it drifts quite literally an inch, Acti has reported to me that it like pretty much removes the ability for people to hear me. So definitely let me know if that happens again. Appreciate
Okay.
you guys letting me know. So as I was saying, well, before I start saying this, I was saying that certain areas with the horse are intentionally um, impossible to ride up, such as this, but that is intentional. So then I kind of like wrote over here, and I was saying that this is an example of a radiation monument, um, where the majority, well, really the entirety of the map is radiation free, but these monuments are going to have very high pockets of radiation, and for you to kind of survive here, you will need custom um, anti-radiation equipment, and there's going to be certain unique mechanics here, which I won't get into right now, but that is the premise of how this will work, and these are going to be found all across the map, in only certain areas. Like, there's not going to be too many. We didn't want to like pollute the map too much with them, but there are going to be some. What's over here? Okay, so this is our new arena, which I'll give it like 30 seconds to load in, because it will take a second. I'll show you from the map editor perspective. Um, all of these blue things, these are invisible kind of like walls, so to speak, which will allow, or rather prevent players from being able to kind of shoot in here, which we did so that um, when like arena things are happening, players kind of can just like stand over here and disrupt what's happening by just like sniping people, for example. You have to like enter the arena to be able to attack people inside of the arena, and if you do that, like the different flags get appropriated to you, and you're not able to leave as easily. So that's kind of the design of that, so that you can't like really grief people as easily. Um, but yeah, so this is an example of our new arena, which, as I mentioned in one of the walls of text, that it's a replacement for our current mini games because it's on the mainland, and you have to actually go here. Like, there's no way to teleport here. There's no teleportation in general for the server. You have to pretty much go everywhere. Um, and when you go here, you will enter kind of flagged area where all loot is kept on death, and there's no EXP loss, and there's a couple other things that allow people to kind of fight over here and respawn locally. And so players can do duels here. They can do like group duels, group scrims, like clan practice. They can make their own battle royales. They can make their own events. This is kind of the direction we wanted to go in because we didn't want to like sanction off area. I mean, because arenas require landmass, we actually could not, like, literally could not put the arena out of the grids. Like if we could do that, we may have considered keeping the arenas, but the bigger consideration was that we wanted to get rid of teleportation mechanics, because they're too buggy and they're too like liable to allow exploits. When we have like pretty much a fully custom item-based economy, like storing items in kind of different kinds of memory and restoring them to the player is really just like asking for trouble. Um, doing that constantly, and it's really would just be a matter of time if like a plugin malfunction happened or like a forced wipe, like a face punch forced wipe, obviously that we circumvent would happen. But even though we circumvent them, a bunch of things change behind the scenes, and it would like inevitably, just pretty much 100% inevitably, um, bug something out, and then we're gonna have a huge problem on our hands. And um, I don't know how many of you here played like 10 months ago or whatever, when we had really the only mass dupe issue that we ever had, and it was quite the thing that we don't ever want to
Mhm.
repeat, certainly. Um, so so yeah, that's kind of. So I know it's a bummer that we're not gonna have the mini games anymore. Like, because we really enjoyed them. Obviously it took us a fair amount of time to actually make them, and to fix them and so on. But yeah, it just kind of became necessary in the lesser of evils because they're really only a small part of the server, and it didn't make sense to allow a small part of the server to potentially like really screw up the rest of the server. So yeah, that's kind of the reason for that. So yeah, so um, these arenas we're eventually going to allow players to reserve them to kind of like prevent interference from like other players to just like enter like grief or like if you if you wanted to like do clan practice, you'll be able to kind of just reserve the area, um, which is a mechanic we're gonna do so that other players either won't be able to enter or something like that. Like we haven't fully figured out how we'll prevent entering because like artificial zone walls can be kind of buggy. So we'll see what we'll do with that. Okay, so let's see. Let's see another new mechanic. This is the new outpost over here. I'll give that a second to load. Um, I'm gonna go back over here. Oh, that is the church, which I'll also show. The church. One thing I should say is one thing I should kind of just emphasize is that like a like a pretty good amount of the monuments that are gonna exist, um, all of them, or at least I believe all of them, depends on how things actually go as we're finalizing the issues that we encountered. Either all of them or the majority of them are going to have NPC factions there. And I think, by the way, there's actually going to be, as of the overhaul, there's actually going to be like, I don't know, like 25 plus NPC factions. Um, so that is going to be the case. However, some of the custom mechanics that the monument is for is not going to be active right away because we don't want to. We just don't want to delay, the overhaul launch for that, and we are going to add that over time. So, with that said, let's see. Okay, so this is the new outpost. The new outpost is kind of we essentially going to combine outpost and bandit camp. Um, or I should say, kind of some of the functionalities of Bandit Camp because it's not like this has a swamp theme or something. And Bandit Camp no longer exists on the map anywhere because it's been replaced. And I'll see if I can show you guys the replacement for it. So the new outpost is kind of like it's physically bigger. It has a bigger radius. It's not too much bigger. We didn't want to like make it too massive because eventually we will do that. I won't really I guess I won't get into why we're going to do that, but the point is that we are going to do something like that later. And we just kind of wanted to expand with certain things. So over here, we have kind of like the chill area where players can kind of just hang out. There's the instruments that are in the real outpost. Yeah, I guess I kind of like subliminally just copied that. I didn't even mean to do
Very
that.
subtle.
Um, I promise you that was subliminal, like it actually was. Wow. Don't even know myself. Okay, so in here we have an area where you can, maybe get some skooma or something, and do some gambling.
Love the reference.
I
Yeah,
love
it's just
gambling.
a little subtle, but
Can I get some moon sugar?
yeah, all kinds of stuff will be available. And I actually do mean that. Like not actual skooma, of course, or maybe who knows, but let's say the Rust RPG equivalent. We are planning to like a big feature, which I should mention that we're going to be adding. We actually already it's definitely already coded. It's not. I won't say when that will be active because, again, like I'm gonna electrically shock myself from ever giving, dates anymore. But um, when it is implemented, that fateful day, we are gonna have a lot of NPC vendors which are completely going to replace vending machines, and they're going to sell custom items. They're going to sell custom sell lists, which can far exceed the vending machine limit of 7, which is like for like NPC vendors in particular, it's like ludicrously low, and it requires us to kind of spam the area with like tons of map markers. And I honestly can't understand why Facepunch really did it that way. I don't understand why they just don't simply add an arrow button on their vending machines so that you can have more than 7 items. But you know, you guys can take that up with Facepunch. So we're not really gonna have to deal with that. So people can
Add it
gamble
to the list
here.
of things.
Yeah, yeah. It's a small but growing list. So okay. So here is one of the areas where you can gamble. This is the marketplace zone. Um, Here we have a kind of a garage area where you can like tune up your cars. By the way, I should say, I'm gonna give like a Shadow Frax kind of esque disclaimer that everything is changed to subject. So just keep that in mind.
So did you just
Um,
confirm there'll be pies in the game?
um, Inadvertently, but even that is changed to subject. So yeah, aka subject to change. So yeah, okay. So this is the helipad that players can kind of land on. It does have what might look like an airwolf fender. I'm not really gonna confirm or deny anything about that, but yeah, there's the helipad. I'll just leave it at that for now. Here's the stables. Um, and which I also won't confirm or deny. One of the reasons I'm not confirming or denying, by the way, is because certain of those mechanics are a little bit on the fence. So I'm actually not trying to be like an obtuse ass. In case that is how it might be coming off. Some of it I'm actually just like, yeah, still kind of finalizing. We could kind of go one way or another. But in any case, here we have more recyclers than vanilla because I don't know, because I guess we like you guys or something. I don't know. And what else we got? Yeah, that's kind of the main expansion of this outpost. Like, we are gonna add more and more to it, especially as we like this is a no build area, so we could theoretically change this outpost whenever we wanted to, even on the current map. And we do plan to add quite a lot of NPC vendors here that are gonna sell all kinds of custom items, and the idea is that there are 2 outposts. There's a tier 1, which is here, and there's a tier 3, which is here. And the idea is that the tier 1 is just, which is kind of obvious that it's going to provide the kind of like lower end custom items, and the tier 3 is going to provide the higher end. And the idea is, you see, like the big point that we're trying to drive home with the custom item system is that the economy is primarily player driven. Like it's a big thing that we're trying to accomplish. And like in vanilla Rust, obviously, like there's all these items, there's a fair amount of items that are in the game. But the thing is that like for a server that never wipes, it's really like a very minuscule amount. It's a very minuscule amount, and so we're going to just be like the custom item system is just going to like massively and massively expand on that, and the player-driven economy is going to be based on the fact that players are able to collect custom resources, craft custom items of all kinds, not just weapons, not just tools, not just armor, with all kinds of varying stats, but like all kinds of like what you could call like fluff items, like utilitarian items, like items that can like identify other items, like all kinds of RPG and MMORPG centric things. That's like a big point. But with that said, the player-driven economy is also going to be supplemented by NPCs, and NPCs are going to play a role where where they are going to kind of dynamically react to player trends, to like the economic player trends that are driven by player activity. So like if if a certain localized economy that NPCs are a part of gets like bought out of a certain item, it will kind of naturally increase the rarity and thus the price of that item. And NPCs are going to have finite amount of items for sale, and NPCs are eventually going to have um, this kind of like caravan mechanic where a caravan will kind of like traverse the ring road, um, and it will supply kind of reinforcements of key items, and those caravans theoretically can be intercepted by criminal players, or later, if those caravans are going to be NPC faction based, they can theoretically be intercepted by enemies of that NPC faction, because there's really kind of like three. Let me see, like three or four main driving points of conflict on the server. The first is the first is oh lag. The first is obviously the alignment system, whether you're a lawful player or lawless. So like criminal versus lawful. The second is NPC faction based, like which um which NPC faction you kind of identify with, or even multiple, because like you can increase faction standing with multiple. Where's that bridge? Oh, here it is. Um, yeah. So let's see, what is the other one? The third one is clan based, where like obviously there can be clan based conflicts, where you know certain clans can have it out for each other. They can kind of like politically disagree. And I should also add that like because of the two main points of conflict, which is lawful versus criminal, and also NPC faction based. Keep in mind that clans can also factor into that. Like you can literally create a clan that can really like be on the side of a particular NPC faction, and you can kind of get into disagreements with another clan that you otherwise wouldn't have disagreements with because you are like NPC faction enemies, and that can kind of drive conflict, but it doesn't necessarily have to drive conflict. Like that's the kind of point that we're trying to do. Like it doesn't have to drive conflict, but it's a conflict. It's a potential conflict driver.
Aiden's trying to start shit.
Yeah, in other words, I'm just trying to start shit.
Okay, what
Let's
else
leave it
is
at that.
new?
Yeah, I mean, you know, hopefully you know me well enough to know that that's just what I do. Um, but yeah, so that's kind of like why did I even start talking about that? I can't even remember now. Oh yeah, because of the kind of like the trade route, so to speak. Um, yeah, so the NPC, like again, I try not to get too ahead of myself. I'm just like congenitally like unable not to get ahead of myself. It's literally like a congenital flaw. But despite that fact, it is based on like a much further version of the server well, I don't know much further. I guess like 3.0 really. So in other words, it's the next major version. Because the next major version of the server is going to be like explicitly about NPC factions, and making the entire world NPC faction based, where not every NPC faction is hostile, and everything kind of gets kind of like a lot more depth, um, and kind of like different ideologies enter the world, where which the NPC factions represent. So yeah, so that's kind of a little glimpse about how NPC vendors are going to work. The very first version in the current build of the server is really just going to be about having NPC vendors which replace um, vending machines, or rather, I should say, NPC vending machines. They're not gonna yet replace player vending machines. Um, and yeah, so technically the UI and the functionality for that is already coded. It's already coded, but it does need a lot of like polishing. It does need a lot of designing, and it does need a lot of testing. So when those three things, because that's the funny thing. Like I guess it's kind of like worth mentioning that just coding something is literally like 1/4 of implementing it, because after it's coded, um, who this guy, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, called Tacti, who does this coding thing. When that happens, it then needs to be kind of like um, it needs to be configured. It needs to be tested. It needs to be optimized. So there's a lot involved after the coding process. So I feel like in certain instances it might be at least a small misconception that once something is coded, it's kind of like good to go. It's really just like a certain part of the battle. Like obviously it being coded is just like and the work that Tacti does is utterly invaluable to the project. I should make that absolutely clear, in case that's understated. It's absolutely invaluable, but nonetheless, after the coding process, there is quite a journey for it to actually reach the server. So in any case, I'll kind of swing back out of that. So yeah, that's the NPC vendors. Okay. One thing I'll segue into, and I am trying to like not make this live stream super long. I know, especially for our EU players, like it's getting later in the day, and I tried to like choose a middle point of the day, like where it was like not so late for EU players that they could no longer join, but not so early that US players can join. So that was my attempt. I don't know how much I succeeded in that. But okay, so what else will I mention? I guess let's get into a couple. So what I'll do is I'll mention a couple more things about the map, and then I'll kind of just take questions, and then I'll kind of respond to those questions, and then hopefully that will cover certain things. So where am I? Okay, I'm over here. What do I want to show you? Okay, I wanted to show you how we're kind of doing railways. So one thing you'll notice is that there's only really kind of a small amount of railways in the map. To be exact, there's literally one railway per tier and per biome. So that's um, 9 rail. Oh, there we go. My mic kind of got far. 9 railway entrances. So the reason for that, and the reason that one of the things we could do by deconstructing the vanilla rust monuments, as I already showed you, that we were able to do. We were able to remove the railways from them because it's kind of a cool mechanic that you could like take a railway directly into a monument. But the thing is that in our server, a monument is more of like a major PVE point of interest, and it no longer really like serves the purpose that we're going um, for railways to be inside of the monuments, because monuments are extremely hostile places. Um, like there's like a huge cluster of NPCs there, and a good amount of them are lawless, and people are farming there. So like we didn't want the railways to like kind of take you into like explicitly hostile areas. And not only that, but we also wanted railways to be kind of centralized areas that didn't just go everywhere. Like instead of like Vanilla Rust, which has railways like all over the place, they're like super bouncing all around. Our railways are kind of a way to get to the centralized point. We intentionally tried to make them as centralized as possible. As you'll notice, they're like pretty much in the center of most areas. Some of them couldn't be 100% centralized for certain reasons, but they're pretty much as close as possible as we can get. Whoops, I didn't even do that. Go back here. So yeah, it's a way to kind of just take the railway to a different biome or tier, and you can kind of choose where you want to go. Like if you go into this railway, depending on the direction you go, obviously if you go this way, you're going to be heading towards the tier 1 Arctic. If you go south, you're heading towards tier 1 arid, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of how that works. But there's a little more to it than that. Our railways, we kind of like stuck them in these custom made what could you call it? Like cave monuments, I guess. Well, they're not really caves, but anyway, I'll show you what they're like. So the way this works is that railways are not they're not like free, so to speak. Like you actually are gonna need to loot. Like I kind of gotta fix this terrain. It's a little bit too aggressively high, shall we say. Um, oh, where did I? Oh, here it is. So you're gonna loot these custom green key cards, and unlike all other key cards, they're not going to be one-time use. They're going to be 2 or 3 time use, and that's going to allow you to essentially enter the railway. And it will also, by the way, allow players to sell railway cards, which will give that custom item, like it will feed into the custom item economy, and it will um, allow players access to a unique kind of travel, because railways are just one type of travel. There's going to be a small amount of loot in here, just kind of like barrels, mostly just barrels, stuff like that, just to kind of also like reward the player for entering. And then as you enter, there's like this kind of like ambiance, and down here will be the kind of bunker entrance. Um, and as you enter the bunker, I have to fix this. This is currently blocked. But as you enter the bunker, um, this is pretty much similar to how it works in Rust, where this is a little like disconnected from the thing. But uh, the point being is that it works similar to how it normally works. This is a really annoying bug that, like, it's literally saying large oil rig. God knows why. The large oil rig is literally like across the map. So I'll need to fix that somehow. Um, but yeah, it takes you down here. These are vanilla dwellers or whatever, so ignore that. That's not going to be there. And yeah, and then you basically choose your direction. Obviously, if you choose this direction, you're going to go towards the Arctic. If you choose this direction, you're going to go towards this way. Um, it should be worth mentioning that not everything currently goes everywhere. In fact, it's quite limited. I'm gonna see what we can do with that. It's a little bit. We're kind of in a time crunch to fix that because it's a bit time consuming to like meticulously do the railways. So at the overhaul launch, we're at least gonna have it like that, like what you just saw. But the ultimate goal will be to have a kind of like railway ring road, which is similar to what I originally said when I was talking about the railways. Um, so yeah, that's kind of how that will work. Um, and that will be like at every entrance. Right now, it that like cave entrance doesn't exist here. It's just kind of this bunker in the ground. Okay. So what will I show? What else will I show? I was talking about profession-based monuments, and let's see. I'll show just like one more.
Got the farming monument.
What's that?
It's the farming monument for these berries.
The I heard the F monument. I didn't catch more than
The farming monument? Is it
the
just going to be
farming
Rogi's
monument.
house?
Oh,
The
well,
answer is yes.
basically, that's just Rogi's base. Yeah, that's
Alright, I'm
basically.
there right now.
Amazing.
Oh, okay. There you go. There you go.
He thinks he's taking over.
Well, other than it being just Rogi's base. Oh well. Now that I'm at the cathedral, maybe I'll show you that. Well, that needs to like. It's a particularly long loading time. Um, all right, I'll quickly just mention it. Um, so this is the church, and basically how this works is it's not going to be implemented plugin wise on the Overhaul launch, um, but it's basically going to be one major feature is going to be with the birth sign overhaul. Is that right now birth signs are kind of like work in a fairly simplistic manner, um, where it's like you just choose kind of like whatever birth sign is relevant to that implant. And that's like a little too straightforward for how we want it to work. Birth signs are going to be changed to kind of, they're still going to give you a boost, like EXP boost, but they're going to give you more than that. I'm not going to get into exactly how, like what else they're going to do, but I'll just say that they will give you more than that. And the idea is in addition to them giving you more than that, as you enter a church, um, you're going to be able to kind of pray here, something along those lines. And as you do that, you're going to amplify your birth sign. And birth signs at like on like a passive level are going to not be as good as they currently are. But when you pray, you essentially amplify. You essentially amplify what they can do, and they're going to give you like a big bonus when you amplify them. And that's kind of a way to make the birth sign system a little more active, that you like come to the church and you kind of like buff yourself, so to speak. And it lasts for a good amount of time so that you don't have to like constantly go here like every hour or something like that. And the church is also going to have other mechanics as well. There are going to be things like players are going to randomly be kind of like less map map wide rather, on a somewhat random basis. The karma system is going to kind of like, well, that's kind of me getting way ahead, but the karma system, like the higher karma you have, it's going to like increase the likelihood that you're going to receive a blessing. But a blessing is essentially going to amplify your birth sign even more. So the birth sign system is going to get like a lot more depth to it. Just kind of put it like that, and the church is going to kind of work in that favor. But it is also going to have other mechanics which I won't really cover. Okay, so to kind of finalize the profession-based thing, I'll show another one. Let's see what we got. So this is the tannery. This is funny because this is a mechanic which it kind of exists on the current map, where it's like obviously there's skinning where you just kill an animal and you essentially just gather the animal. Um, but we're kind of gonna take that further, and skinning is gonna give you certain types of custom resources, and animals are gonna be highly diversified, because like animals are gonna work where it's like if you kill like a tier 3 temperate boar, it's gonna be sorry, a tier 3 temperate.
Your mic is kind of
Uh,
cutting out again, dude.
oh, okay. Thank you. How about now? Is that better?
That's
Yep.
perfect.
Much better.
Thank you guys. Yeah, yeah. It has, like I said, it kind of like it has the tendency to stray. So definitely let me know. I appreciate that, guys.
Mhm.
So what was I saying? Oh yeah. So animals are gonna get really diversified. Where like if you kill a tier 3 temperate dirt boar, that's not gonna be the actual name, but um, if you kill like a tier 3 temperate boar that's in the dirt subbiome, it's gonna be different yield than if you kill, let's say, like a tier 2 uh, arid boar in the forest biome, for example. So that's how we're gonna diversify animals, not only in their behavior, in their resources, in their difficulty, and things like that, and their skinning yield. And the idea is that as you go to the tannery, it's kind of you're going to be able to do similar to what you could do at the advanced crafting module, which is do advanced processing. But processing in general is a concept which does not exist on the current server, and it will not exist for that matter. It won't exist exactly what we're gonna do later on the map overhaul and beyond, which is basically that when you gather a raw resource, to kind of summarize it, when you gather a raw resource like wood, okay, wood is no longer just going to be wood. Like wood is going to be like something like a log that's going to be gathered, and the log needs to be refined into different kinds of wood or planks or whatever it's called. Um, and then there's going to be like all kinds of different woods or different planks, and and those are obviously going to be used in the custom crafting system. So that's how that's going to work. And let's say you gather a certain animal, right? And you gather like, let's say like, let's call it like tier 3 temperate dirt, silly name, like animal fat, right? And then you come to the tier 3 cannery. This would be a place where you will be able to do um, advanced processing of those hides and of that resource. And that's kind of how that will work. Like, and that's the premise. Like, that's the premise of all the profession-based monuments, where like there will be NPC factions here that will drop relevant custom items that will help you in that process. And sometimes they will even drop the actual raw resource because instead of having players like solely bring the custom resources to the monument, you could theoretically farm the NPC factions, which are guarding the monument, and you'll be able to get like certain amounts of that resource to then go and do the processing in kind of like a self-contained loop. But it is going to be much less than if you would actually farm, if you would actually follow the appropriate procedure and bring the resources as necessary. So it's kind of like a way to create multiple options for how to proceed. Um, So, yeah, that's how that's gonna work. Um, okay, I think I covered a fair amount of stuff. I'm pretty close to the point of just taking questions. What time is it? I've been going for like an hour and 30-ish minutes. Um, so yeah, I guess I'll probably just start taking questions. And if I think of anything that wasn't covered by the questions, maybe I'll add it. But yeah, so just kind of feel free to ask if anyone has any.
All right, I'm gonna start it off. Um, so you mentioned in correlation with the Treasury Monument, like the tier 3 that's primarily criminal based. You know, as far as a criminal clan or group would go in and get the loot, is there going to be a kind of comparison, maybe in tier 3 endgame monument that's non-criminal? Is there a monument like that? A new monument?
Okay, so so to be exact, the
No, you're gray because I'm red.
well, so all right, let me see. So to be as exact as possible, Oh, this is, by the way, an electricity monument, like kind of an area where you can get specific electrical items. So the way it will work is the criminal monuments, like the treasury. Where is it's over. So it's not it's not like a criminal monument, right? It's technically it's a lawful and it's like an alignment-based monument, you can call it, because it serves the purpose um, of both lawful players as well as lawless players. Like it's really for both because it creates a dynamic world objective and world event. Like if it starts to get raided, what happens is um, it creates a dynamic event where lawful players are going are very much incentivized to defend it, and lawless players are incentivized to continue attacking it until into fruition. So it really is kind of like for both. It's like it's not just like for one alignment or the other because criminal players, sorry, lawful players will also get a very large amount of EXP and clan points and so on for successfully defending it. Is that what you meant, or did I misunderstand your question?
Oh, no, you covered it pretty well. I just want to clarify that. So cool. Awesome.
Okay,
Thank you.
gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. One thing I'll also add, actually, which probably will add to that, is we do eventually want. I won't really say when this will come because there's. It might not even come in 2.0, but I will say there's at least a possibility, like a decent possibility, it may come in 2.0. The idea is the concept of raidable outposts, which is basically that criminal. I mean, technically, you already can kind of raid it. Like you can raid it by just simply clearing the NPCs. But the idea is that when you actually raid it and you when you penetrate towards a certain past a certain perimeter of the outpost, what's going to happen is like a zone is going to kind of detect that, and what happens is elite kind of reinforcements get spawned, and you have to clear those. And if you manage to clear those, um, then kind of like a boss, so to speak, spawns, kind of like a world boss of guardians. And if you can kill him, then you've successfully fully cleared and kind of like captured the outpost, and it's going to allow certain mechanics for criminals to kind of like take over the outpost, which then is going to begin this kind of like tug of war mechanic where where over time it's gonna gradually be like kind of like taken back by guardians, but also players can kind of like expedite that to kind of revert it back to full lawful. So that is like another thing that we are planning to like multitask by allowing the outpost to become a another like a line-based monument. So I just wanted to add that to your original question. So yeah, anyone else? If anyone has any questions, please feel free.
Are there going to be any patches of pink flowers anywhere?
So I was fully expecting you to ask that question. I was kind of just waiting for
Of
it.
course.
Glad
Amazing.
I'm glad you you stepped up to the plate sooner rather than later. So okay, I'll say that I'll say this: the current map, um, it's not it's not, let's say, aesthetically finished. It's I'll say kind of like two main things about that. By the time the resources are spawning properly, and by the time we've added more things to it, um, it will be kind of like considerably closer to being like aesthetically where we want it to be. Um, However, it's still not where we ultimately want it to be, which is something that we can add over time, because we mainly wanted to get like the main foundation of the landmass and the terrain and the kind of like the way the terrain is structured, which will then allow us to kind of beautify it even on the live map. It will actually like allow us to actually add things which aren't really gonna like prevent players from building, but like adding, things like flowers, things of that nature. We are planning to do that even more so. It's kind of like a very fine-tuned and like by hand process. So it is quite time consuming, and we did have to prioritize what um what is like the essential things that we needed. And I'll further add that in let's say what I would call like a more final version of our overall map, we plan to add like we plan to make it like right now. Okay, right now the biomes are basically kind of these land masses that are that differ visually by what's mechanically called splat, and that's kind of like an intermediate concept that's going to be replaced. Eventually, subbiomes are going to be dictated by combinations of visuals such as this, like split. Like this is the dirt biome, right? And it's going to kind of look like this, except it's also going to be identifiable by very unique terrain structures. And that's not so, like that's something that we're planning to do 100%. It's just a very like very very meticulous and by hand process, and that's not something that could be like done quickly on the map, especially in the time frame we have to work with. But things of that nature are going to allow us to make like extremely aesthetically pleasing um, areas, which have like extreme aesthetic what you could call like characteristics, basically like swamps that feel very like swampish, for lack of a better term, um, and like meadows and things like that. But yeah, I mean this map that you're seeing right now, it's simply not even aesthetically final. So yeah, I hope that slightly answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. We're on the
Cool.
utilitarian version to start aesthetics later.
Yeah, this is like utilitarian 3.0. I could say 2.0,
Nice.
but it's like a little more than 2.0. So yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
On a much less important note, if you fall off the island into one of the rivers, are there many places to get back up to land?
Ooh, that's super important.
Yes, very good question. So, okay, how we're planning to handle that.
Don't fall in.
So, uh, yeah, don't fall in. Period. Next question.
Yeah, it's actually a kill zone in the rivers.
Just instant.
Yeah. It's basically instant kill zone. It's actually if you fall in there, you actually like lose a level. Honestly, we hate to break
You're
it to you, but
instantly eaten by Mega
Everyone take
Rogi is
Rogi's keys.
staying very far away from that river.
yeah,
No,
I
I'm
mean,
immune to it, y'all.
no. I was about to say, I hope you don't think that you're like resting on your laurels at that 100. Like, you fall into this river a couple times, you're gonna be like, yeah. In any case, there are gonna be a couple ways we're gonna handle that. There's gonna be ladders, which is one thing we're gonna do to allow players to have points, methods to kind of just like climb back up because a lot of these are heavy cliffs. These cliffs are not done. Like ideally, when we're done with these cliffs, they're gonna be completely rock. What you could say like excuse me, rock decorated, you could say. Some of that process has already begun in certain areas. I don't know, I'm sure I could find some. Um, but again, like we're trying to prioritize the essential things, like that's not like too essential. It's more like an aesthetic thing. But ultimately, all of these clips, which are like super like baby, like baby's bottom naked right now, are going to be decorated, but mechanically there are going to be ladders all over the place. They're going to allow players to climb back up. Additionally, there are going to be natural beaches. Well, not beaches. There's going to be natural areas that are like lower inclines. Like this is like kind of an example of that. It's still a little steep, but like if you imagine like this incline being, oh, that's not even a real incline. Just forget everything I'm ever saying. Well, wherever there actually is a real incline, um, that's the idea. Like you kind of would like swim to shore, so to speak, but probably you would most accurately look for a ladder to kind of climb yourself back up. Is how we're planning to do that. Additionally, we're we're kind of like finalizing this concept if players are going to be able to place their own ladders over there to kind of get up, and those ladders are just going to have like a very high decay, so that like the whole area doesn't get like polluted with ladders. So that's how we're planning to handle that, mainly with ladders and shores, like where you can kind of get back up. Maybe this is yeah, something like this. So.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. So if anyone has any more questions, I'll kind of give it a little bit. If no one has any questions, I'll kind of move towards wrapping things up.
I'm not sure if this was already asked or not. I missed part of it, but the overhaul, I know that the helis and just vehicles in general are going to be more difficult to acquire. You had mentioned a while back about the possibility of importing some vehicles early on. Is that still on the table?
Right. So we've been really like trying to figure out how best to proceed with that. Well, we're still not 100% fully decided. What we kind of are trying to do is we're trying to allow players to bring. Well, obviously everything does carry over. But things like helis and cars and horses, they're not actual items that you can put inside an inventory. So because of that, that creates a different system that would like allow players to spawn them. But the problem with that becomes like it becomes we're gonna pretty much have to like develop a pretty beefy plugin to prevent players from spawning like mounts that they're not supposed to have and like implement all kinds of safeguards and it's kind of it's it's not really I think ultimately what we want to spend that time on prioritizing because
don't sound worth it.
yeah it's kind of like we're trying to pick and choose what to prioritize to just get this thing launched because like I said like we're desperately trying to get this thing out as soon as possible. We're definitely not like this is a tier 0
So it's
replacement for
Ox's
random
fault it
cabins.
got delayed.
No, what he really means is we can't have Rogi keeping his 16 cars.
I mean,
You
look, like most things we do, they're really dedicated, dictated by Rogi. So let's be real.
they have to be. Yeah,
But
I'm not particularly worried about it. It was just more of a is this a feature that we're going to look at having or not? I'm guessing most of us are going to be spawning in tier 0 and then just running to tier 3 if we're planning on building over there. In that
well,
case,
we are actually planning to help players out with that. Like, players who aren't meant to be at tier 0, we are planning to spawn you guys. Like, what we're trying to do is we're essentially going to implement a system where to kind of like summarize it very quickly. Um, a system where based on your level, like level brackets, I should say, you're gonna respawn on different beaches that are according to your level. So like if you're tier 3, you would respawn on like or like let's say the tier 3 level equivalent, I should say, you're gonna respawn on like a tier 3 beach. So that you don't have to like manually run from here, which is to be fair is like a pretty long trek on foot.
yeah, that was the whole thing for the vehicles having it on spawn. If we were spawning in tier 0, it'd be nice to have the vehicles, but if you already have solved that issue where we're spawning in that level appropriate area, then I'm completely okay.
Yeah, yes. So yeah, that definitely is how that's gonna work. We are finalizing that concept, so that will be a thing. That's actually a general concept. Like if you die and you don't respawn at like an actual bed or whatever the case may be, you're going to not respawn on tier 0 beach. you're going to respawn on the tier appropriate beach.
I know
yeah.
you said we're only going to be able to have like one home in the future. Will we be able to put that like in an RV and just move it around?
The RV is an interesting thing because, like, when we were thinking about that that concept, the RV really didn't exist yet. Because this has been something we've been planning to do for a while. What I'll say is we're currently undecided with what we're planning to do with the RV and the home system. But the home system is pretty important because we want the world to feel localized. We want it to feel big, and the ability to like in Vanilla Rust, where you essentially can have sleeping bags everywhere and just kind of like teleport. Literally, you could be over here and just teleport over here, like instantaneously. That like if we allowed that system, not to get into like a whole speech on it, but if we allow that system, it would highly devalue the regionalized economy, which is which is something that's extremely important because like a big like this will get far more important, trust me, when custom items and uh custom resources are active, because the idea is like if you gather a resource from like tier 3 Arctic dirt biome, it's not going to be something that you can get over here. It's literally going to be a different resource that is inobtainable over here. So, and that's going to be used for different crafting, right? For crafting different things. So, people who gather over here are going to have a kind of like economic exclusivity, you could say, based on what people can gather over here, and it's going to highly encourage trading. It's going to highly encourage like trade routes. It's going to highly encourage things of that nature. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why that's important that players can't zip around. Um, so yeah, for the RV, we are deciding how we're going to handle that. Outside of the RV, for players who are unaware of the home system, it basically just means that players are going to be able to set one home point, and you're going to be able to respawn um, only at that home point or at a tier-based beach closest to that home point. Like
I see this.
if you do. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I haven't said anything, but this is one thing that's going to have me really concerned. I mean, you're looking at a massive map here, and you get into a PvP situation somewhere, and you're on the other side of the map. You're looking at a full day's worth of travel to get to the other side of the map again, or even doing a heli or something like that. Like right now, I'm currently based in the Rangers main base, and I have a bed in my bedroom, and then I have a bed at the heli tower. Like you're taking massive amounts of time out of stuff if you go down. I mean, I understand the concept of teleporting that you're trying to say, but even if you are farming over in the snow biome, to teleport back to the to teleport in quotations back to the dirt biome, you're not being able to take your stuff with you anyways. You're not spawning with items that are a guaranteed thing. I mean, even though you get to keep a couple every now and then, but you're not getting the full inventory of stuff you just farmed at that location.
Right. Yeah. I definitely hear you on on everything you mentioned. So I'll say a couple things. So you gave an example of like, if I understand you correctly, like let's say if I was like over here on the map, and I had like a heli tower like over here, right? Um, and my home, like I'll leave a marker right here for the heli tower, but my home point would be like, I don't know, let's say like over here, something like that, right? And
Well,
if
yeah, I
you
mean, mine's right next to it, but yeah.
okay, right. So if you died over here and you respawned over here, you're saying that essentially it puts you like really excuse me, out of the like out of the fight, so to speak.
That would be my assumption. I mean, look at you have how many tiles in between you and there. You got a 15-minute, 15-minute run.
Right. So okay. So what I can say on that is like Well, I mean, there's kind of a lot that could be said about that. One major thing I'll say is that we're really kind of moving away and divorcing ourselves from almost any vanilla Rust mechanic that exists, and a big feature that we're going for is what you could call the value of how to say it, like the value of like living, a value of like a life, right? So right now we have that kind of to a small extent because, like, for instance, there's like a survival bonus, um, which you're encouraged to like stay alive as long as you can. But we're going to take that much further, and the idea is that your life when you respawn, it's meant to be seen as something that is like um, that is like precious, right? Like it's not meant to be seen as something that you want to gamble with too easily, because well, for a lot of reasons. Like not only is there the survival bonus, not only is there going to be other things that we're implementing in the survival overhaul, which by the way is coming with the custom item patch, because it has the encumbrance system and it has the stamina system, which is all bundled. So the survival overhaul is going to have like a number of features that are based on how long you've been alive. Um, that then it also has to do with a big thing, which is literally your map position in the world. Like if you go, like if you where am I? Like I'm over here, and if you go all the way over here, you have to realize that like you're kind of venturing far from your home point, and it's not like you have to realize that like dying and taking risks with your actions, it's no longer the same thing as vanilla Rust, where in vanilla Rust it's completely irrelevant. On our current server, it's like mostly irrelevant. It's just kind of like a mild inconvenience. But on this server, where your actual position is in the world, including where your position is in that like lifespan of your current life, is very significant. So like I'll put it this way: if you're fighting a heli for some reason, very, very, very far from your home point, you might have to reconsider that premise. Either that, like, or I should say, you don't have to reconsider the premise, but like reconsider like the kind of the danger and risk versus reward of that premise. Because if the heli did kill you, you're absolutely right. It's no longer as simple as just respawning and getting your stuff and then proceeding to take out the heli. If you die somewhere very far away from fighting the heli, yeah, I mean you are out of the fight, and that is intentional mechanic. I should say that that is intentional. It's not something that we've like overlooked and that we're kind of like trying to like frustrate players through like accidentally overlooking it something. It is meant to be like what you do in your lifespan and where you go is very, very important. And to us that actually really adds to the sense of exploration and danger in the world. Where like if you go to a dangerous place, you're literally risking a lot. You're risking the fact that, for one thing, you can never get back there easily, and you're gonna lose your stuff. And if you die far from home, I mean, your stuff is gone pretty much because by the time you ever got back to it, most likely
Yeah, it's
stuff will
despawn.
yeah, it most likely will have decayed, or who knows? Like maybe there is a possibility, like people in the area who can pick it up for you. That would be kind of like a logistical thing. But like in terms of you just coming back to get it manually, it would be a tall order to do that.
In
So
summary, mini copters are going to be your friend here.
Yeah, but even your minis though, he's already making a point that it's going to be extremely harder to receive them than it is currently. So no matter what, I mean, you die away from
Incentive
base,
not to explore.
you thing.
You're
okay.
gonna be stuckered in one spot. Like you're gonna pick a home point, and you're really not gonna be able to venture too much further from that point.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
that's gonna be it. You're gonna have territories, and you're really not gonna be Traveling
what I'm
outside
saying.
of
You're
that
not-
territory is not going to be risk-worthy reward to get clapped by a random helicopter, random
Yeah.
bullet.
But you're
Yep.
gonna have to
So-
venture out to like trade and get resources you can't get.
Oh, the thing is, us massive clans that have a massive advantage over you guys on this one.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
massive.
was just gonna make.
Yeah, but
mention.
Zergs have always had a big advantage.
I mean, 16 people, we can literally split up into just teams with each biome and just run everything to a center point after a while.
Well,
And that's this
not
is
new.
a loop.
Right.
Yeah, I understand that, but these are the loopholes that you're going to be running into. That's, I mean, as a solo player in this server with one respawn point, you're going to have a really hard time. But like again, the app, it hasn't been activated yet. None of us have played it at this point, and we're all going off speculation and just wording, so we don't have any actual gameplay to verify what we're going to be getting into. So until that point comes, we just have to sit here and accept it for what it is until that point arises.
How does that affect the eternal spawn at Outpost?
Okay, so I'll quickly say thank you, Kaz, I believe, was speaking.
Yeah. Yep.
As well as Lieutenant Dan, anyone who was chiming in. So we definitely hear you on the concerns, and we don't. I just want you to know we're certainly not bulldozing the concerns, and we're also not saying that we're. I would hope that if anything is kind of put forth, that anything we're doing right now, during like the very development intensive stage of the server, is really, we kind of set up designs that we're going for, and we put a lot of thought into the designs. There's a lot of documentation that goes behind them, and there's a lot of like interconnected reasoning behind them. Like, trust me when I say I could bore you guys for the next 4 hours straight without taking a breath about how these mechanics are interconnected. So I will say that we don't take them lightly, but that also does not mean that they're perfect. It does not mean that there's not room for improval. Is that the word? Is improval a word? Let's call it the word.
Yeah.
Improvement.
And improvement, and even like, let's say, evolution of mechanics. I can openly say that, like, as we've had the server live for over a year at this point, like the feedback we've gotten from you guys, the observations we've made, even the criticisms we've read, as well as the positive reinforcements, it's all been extremely helpful in kind of like molding things to where we want it to be, because where we want things to be is always a combination of our intentions combined with how they actually play out in the live environment, combined with player feedback, and
No,
yeah.
I get that 100%. Like I said, I've been here with you since day one in this server. I'm one of the very first people that logged into it. I mean, I followed it for months before it went live. And I've seen it go from not having a single rock stone node anywhere in a whole tier to what it is now. So like, I know you guys know what you're doing. There's no doubt about it. It just takes time to see everything play out the way it's supposed to.
Sure, yeah, and I also kind of long-windedly was also getting to the point of that, saying that, like, yeah, I mean, those theoretically could be very valid concerns, and we'll see how things play out. There's a lot more I'll try to kind of like elaborate on in time, um, without being even more wordy than I already tend to get with all the massive posts on how things are interconnected. But yeah, definitely hear you on that, and yeah, we'll kind of proceed. We'll kind of proceed, as we need to. Now, to answer Rogi's question, um, the Eternal VIP respawn is kind of an exception to that rule, kind of, where it will allow players to respawn at certain. Let's say I won't give away the exact way it works at the moment, but respawn at certain places. But there will be quite a long cooldown for that. So like it will essentially still follow the main premise, but it will be a very long cooldown exception to that, which will help out that issue a little bit. Yeah. If that answers your question, Rogi.
I think it might have been Panda's question, but
Oh, was it? I'm sorry.
it could have been. I don't
So
know.
if we
Alright, I'll
have
take
this
levels.
one respawn point, does that cover like your whole base? So if you have multiple beds in your base, could you still spawn at any of them? So like if you're getting raided and they get into one side of your base, you can still spawn in your bed on the other side, or do you only get one bed for the whole thing?
So we are factoring in that when you get raided, there's kind of, excuse me, an obvious logistical issue, let's say, where if you only had one actual respawn point, you'd be in some trouble. So the current way it works is actually literally one respawn point. However, we already anticipated that being something that needs to be added onto, and what we're planning to do is create a radius around that respawn point, which will allow you to respawn at other beds and sleeping bags within a radius. So that way,
Perfect.
it solves the issue without like bottlenecking you into like a pretty precarious situation in the event of a raid.
What about
Yeah, that was
opposite of that?
my like biggest concern.
So about the raiders, if you're spending 24,000 scraps, say, and you have to travel 15 blocks over to go and do a raid, and let's say the defender kills you once, are you
One and done. You're just done.
Yeah, so that would be my question.
Wouldn't you set your raid or set your respawn point to your raid base for the raid?
Yeah, you'd have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially, well, I guess I'll put it this way. We're certainly not going to dictate player strategy, but I'll say that one way that you could overcome that obstacle is by setting your home point to a raid base that you create as close as you want it to be.
How often can you change your home point?
At the moment, we have it free, where you can just always change it.
Just always? Okay.
Yeah, so we'll see what adjustments we need to make to that, but because home points are like
Yeah, that works.
they're like limited enough.
As long as we have unlimited, that's okay. We can make a raid base and set a home point and be good.
Exactly.
Even for localized farming, you just travel across the map, have another base there, and farm it for a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
and you still wouldn't be teleporting either. You'd still have to travel there before
Activate
you
it in
could set
person.
your home. So
absolutely.
How prominent are the helis gonna be like around? You said they're gonna be. We had to quest for it, like get jumper cables or something for them, but like how many are like actively going to be on the map? Because like judging by the size of this map, like travel cars aren't really going to be too much. Those are going to be localized travel. Helis are going to be the long distance traveling.
My ass.
Well, okay, so we've the concept of traveling is something that we definitely put a good amount of thought into in terms of how it's all interconnected and the different ways that will work. And so in Tier 0, if you'll notice, for instance, there are no roads actually. There's only paths, and that's because in Tier 0 only horses spawn there. And not to mention, like, we wanted to kind of how should I say, like, capitalize on as much building space as possible in Tier 0 because it's a pretty small area. So only horses will spawn there. In every tier that goes up, a new type of vehicle is introduced. So in Tier 1 is introduced boats, and in Tier 2 will be introduced modular cars, and Tier 3 will be introduced helis. And submarines, we're deciding where to put that. It will either be in Tier 1 or Tier 2, or it may even be in both, in fact. because submarines are kind of like an in-between mechanic. One moment. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so helis. So helis, even in a big map,
Dan, your mic
helis.
is messing up a little bit.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. How about that?
You're good.
Cool, cool. Thank you, guys. Even though this is a big map, right? It's a big Rust map. Like it's not utterly massive for like an MMO map if you take into account instances. So it is a really big map, and you know you guys will see that, especially like when I fly around it, it seems smaller than it actually is. But I've done quite a bit of like um, let's say like movement metric testing on different vehicles, and yeah, it's satisfyingly big enough. But nonetheless, with a heli, you still can get around very quickly. Like if you had a heli and you were like over here, you could get over here quite quickly. You can get over here quite quickly. The point being, you can navigate a lot quicker than any other type of travel. And because of that, and I know this may be a bit of a culture shock, but helis are going to be fairly rare. Like, I'm not saying that they're going to be this thing that like are just like super exclusive and like super like in very finite amounts, but they are by far going to be the rarest type of travel, and they are probably, we are not the ones who dictate the player economy, but in terms of the player economy, they are going to be pretty expensive for that reason, and and valuable. So and valuable like not only monetarily but just like generally valuable. Um, and in terms of obtaining a heli, I won't get into super detail about it, but the gist of it is that just like obtaining every mount, the idea is that you're going to go to a certain NPC faction area. I'll even show you one. Let's see, not this one. That one, by the way, over there is a unique mechanic called bunkers, which are they're essentially replacing power substations. They're gonna be like small scale key card PVE that allows you to get like small scale boss level loot, but like on a they're kind of out of the way, away from monuments. All right, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a
One of the factions.
yeah, I'm looking for the factions for
You know, it's a big map
for the
when the map
vehicles.
creator gets lost.
Yeah, I get lost all the time looking for shit on this map. Um, where did I put it? There's the electrical one. This is the graveyard, which I'll just show you really quick. This is where revenants are gonna be statically. So if you're a big fan of revenants, you can always find them at graveyards.
Yeah, that'd be me.
Yeah, and blood essences, by the way, are going to change where they're going to become tradable, and I'm gonna I'm gonna cheat at this point and just see where I put it. Blood essences are going to be tradable, and we're deciding what to do exactly. They're either going to still give you EXP, as well as the other thing they're going to do, which is they're going to become a consumable PvE steroid, where they're basically going to be this consumable thing that are going to temporarily empower you in PvE and allow you to do PvE at like a higher, with a higher effectiveness than you currently have. I think a bug happened where Rust Edit got resized into 4K, and when that happens, there's nothing I can do other than like closing and restarting the program. It's a really annoying bug. So I actually can't even use Rust Edit from here because it's just going to be permanently in 4K. Um, I mean, come on. How hard can it be to find? Come on. How hard can it be?
So we definitely need 2 stacks of fuel when we're flying helis around.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? This might please you guys to know that there is going to be tier-based custom fuel that are gonna.
Oh,
It's
larger
gonna be.
tanks.
It's going to essentially allow you to have very very effective fuel, so that it will be very like
Octane.
cost efficient.
It's like
Okay.
getting that premium at your local Shell station.
Right?
That plus.
I have a question while you're looking around.
Yeah, please.
So there might not be an answer for this yet, because I know it's one of those rocky things, but we have like skulls or notes or photos. Can we put them on our body and they'll be safe or no?
Okay, so the current answer to that is most likely yes, a hybrid of those. So
Okay. That's what I figured.
so yeah, that's kind of what I could say about that. But we're really gonna do our best to make sure that they persist, because like obviously those are keepsakes. We don't want those to get lost in the you know, in
Like
the
I think
great
most of
tide.
us have backed up like notes and photos, but we can't really do it with skulls. And I have like quite a few from people who like are no longer around. So
Right, right.
yeah.
Yeah. So it is absolutely our intention to
Okay.
to do that. Like yeah, really other than mounts at this point, pretty much everything is going to carry over. I will say that what's it called? Farmables. The ones that are planted, you're going to want to pick them up and keep them in your inventory. And from our testing so far with our restore plugin, even clones will keep their genetics and so on and so forth. So we did kind of achieve that milestone. So I won't say that 100%, but it seems to be the case. Like bold italics seems. So yeah. Okay. So while I was saying that, I did locate an area where you will fight NPC factions that drop custom items that will allow you to capture and claim helis. So this is kind of like a unique like airfield. It's meant to be like a
Heli part field.
kind of, yeah. It's like a
pretty cool.
shitload of
Kind of sort of. There's a bunch of scraps, and that's pretty neat.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of gotta fix some of
Yeah,
these,
what's
but
that map tile again?
that's AA0, I think. Yeah.
Clan base going down.
Boom!
Yeah,
Right next to it.
Yep.
I will tell you guys there are two of these. Like we do have a system where the what's it called, the monuments, I guess you could call them like vehicle monuments. They're exclusive per tier, which is intentional, because we do want there to be a bonus to live in certain tier. So sorry, not tier.
Biomes.
Biome. So where you have easier access to certain mounts, because we want even mounts to be a tradable economic entity. So like if you, let's say you live right here, assuming that you can live this close to this monument, this will give you a pretty good economic stranglehold on the custom item that allows you to capture claim helis, and people are gonna pay for that. And that's a big emphasis of what we're trying to accomplish, that like where you live in the world, because it's so localized, so regionalized, wherever you may be, um, you are going to be able to offer items that people are going to be worth traveling for. You can name your price for, you can dictate the market, you can also control how NPCs um, sell certain items, and certain items which are going to be really exclusive to obtain. NPCs are really going to have limited supplies, if any. And we're going to really create that system where like NPCs are going to respond to player actions in that way. So yeah, I already kind of talked about that, but
I'll see you guys in the snow biome.
yeah.
Yeah. This
See you
this
there.
this may have already been brought
Pet
up.
polar
If it has,
bears
I
win.
apologize. The custom UI interface for respawning our items that are being picked up and moved to the new server is. Have you already talked about that, or can you talk about that briefly?
Oh, absolutely. So at the moment, to kind of keep that as lightweight as possible, to keep that plugin as lightweight as possible, because to make like an actual interface for it, like in other words, like a user interface, we didn't do because it's really not needed to serve the function of it, and how that will actually work is if anyone has ever had any items confiscated through contraband, it will work pretty similarly, where it's essentially in the data, every item that you have when the server gets snapshotted before it goes down, before the new map, those items will be saved into data. And that data can not only be reclaimed through players through a command, but we, as admins, we have the logs, so we literally see what players are supposed to get, what they did get, if there's any disparity. I mean, there shouldn't be a disparity because it literally takes directly from the data, but who knows? We've tested it as much as possible. We'll test it even more before it goes live. But the idea is that you're going to use a command, and the command is going to give you your stuff back, inventory per inventory, and it's going to prioritize resources because obviously the system takes into account that it wants you to build your base first and like put down your boxes and so on. And once it gives you the resources, it will then give you the other stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that's kind of like
So
that's kind of how it was designed. Yeah.
my only concern, and I may have misunderstood. Um, some of us have, I hate to say it, but hundreds of thousands of resources. So if we have, 200,000 metal frags and we're trying to build our base, but we need to get to our boxes or wood to start construction, are we just going to get inventories full of metal frags that we're going to have to throw on the ground before we can reach the lower prioritized items?
Our plan is to our current plan is to prioritize wood above all the other resources. The reason being because PvP is going to be disabled, and obviously raiding is going to be disabled. So all you have to do is build a twig outline and then upgrade it to wood, which will essentially allow you to have your base like now outlined. And once you get all that, and obviously will also allow you to craft like temporary boxes if you see fit to do that. You don't have to do that because you eventually will get your boxes, but you could create temporary boxes. That I mean realistically, temporary boxes don't take that much wood, so you could just create temporary boxes and have your base outlined, and then you're going to start getting flooded with the other resources like stone and metal and high quality, and then you can upgrade as you see fit.
I don't know if it was mentioned. Are the TCs going to be packed then?
So I will double check with Tacti about that when I get a chance. I believe it auto packs them. I will need to double
Yes,
check.
it
That's
does.
what I thought.
Yeah,
Okay,
Okay,
so
so would those items, would like your TCs come first? Wouldn't that make a little bit more sense?
so you
yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Tacti.
so if you're talking about concerning about like getting your wrong resources first, right? And I feel like you have a point in that. So I think like I'm kind of just getting up with ideas here, but I think I'm gonna add an option to get specific resources you can select. Because I can see it's a mess to just get. Like even we were gonna select a specific order, but like I get what you're saying. So you will be able to select the specific items to get first. Right? So that'll basically fix
Okay,
the issue.
cool. Yeah, so Tacti and I will talk more about that then. And once we add a little more convenience, let's say, and functionality to that, I'll make a post about it to keep everyone informed.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So please, any more questions, if there were any.
Well, I just
Could we?
Yep, go.
Go ahead. Could we see a buildable cave? Are they like prefabs or are these custom caves?
So the buildable caves, what we decided to do is we decided to caves are in general. There's a number of caves. There's like primitive caves where there's these kind of like troglodyte like NPCs, aka vanilla Rust players. Shade. Okay. So no. There's
Got
a
'em.
lot. There's a lot of caves. There's a lot of caves. There's those caves, there's bandit caves, there's resource caves, there's buildable caves. We decided to kind of like decomplicate things as much as possible. Um, to use vanilla Rust caves, just appropriate them for our purposes. Buildable caves, I would need to check with Rust Edit where I put the exact ones because they're a specific type. I honestly couldn't even point it out because there's like not 50, 49 caves. We couldn't do 50. So but basically a buildable
Wow.
cave. A buildable cave is a medium. It's like well, I won't. There's no point in me saying the prefab name, but it's basically a pretty spacious cave. But yeah, it is a vanilla Rust cave. We just tried to pick one which is as spacious as possible because we didn't want to pick one with an awkward design that would make it like A, awkward to build in, or B, impossible to raid. So those were the kind of two like determining factors.
Follow up to that, if I may. Do we have, if you know off the top of your head, do we have the like silo cave, the one that's currently in like K29, I think, on the current map?
We actually don't. I decided to not add Silo Cave because it's the only cave that is kind of like it's a cave hybrid. It's not like it has like actual structure like things in it, and we wanted caves to feel very cave-like, I guess. Where they're like they're meant to feel like more quote primitive, so to speak. Um, so yeah, we didn't use that cave, but I could say we used like almost every other cave type.
Did you already show a preview for the abandoned city? I know you were talking about it a little while back when you were showing us the new outpost.
No, I don't think we did. The abandoned city at the moment is a little. I need to add a couple more things to it, something which needs to be finalized. But this is how big it is from the from far.
So it's almost like an industrial factory, so to speak.
Yeah, yeah. It looks kind of essentially like an abandoned factory, more or less, and
Neat.
yeah, and there will be derelicts in here, so it's not going to be like a safe place by any means. It's going to be lawless. Both of them are going to be lawless. There's going to be no protection, and yeah.
I know you mentioned gambling barges after.
The gambling barges are actually not on this version of the map. This is kind of like a regimented version, where I still got to fix some things like text and fix this infinity line. But yeah, barges are not on the current map, but yeah, they're going to be out in the sea, and the idea is that there will be kind of lawless based gambling there. It's not going to be like static. I'll talk a little more about it. I already like mentioned some features about it in one of the posts, but yeah, there are going to be abandoned barges out there, which is going to be the barge is a little unique in the sense that it's primarily steered towards like criminal playstyles, but we are gonna try and make it have some purpose for lawful players as well. But it is mostly like a lawless type thing, and just one of the things that you can do with it is yeah, you can do high stakes gambling over there, where it's kind of like a thieves like an honor among thieves type thing because on like at any moment any of the players can just kill everyone there.
Pull out a gun. Everybody's
Yeah, I mean, and there's no easy way to escape because it's like in the ocean. So
I doubt anyone would ever do something like that.
me
You're
too,
not.
absolutely.
Brad?
The safest place you'll ever find.
I hope I didn't just enable you guys with that suggestion. So
What? No.
What do you
Never.
mean?
God,
No,
everybody will
what?
be fine.
This is what we mean. You're always starting trouble.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Oh,
It's
okay.
true.
Now,
Point made.
The
another
first
simple question.
plan of aid is going to be over gambling.
All right.
Dune just
Where?
like leaves the little nugget so that we can all get into trouble. We go like, wow, where'd you guys come up with that?
Molded at your own will.
Yeah.
look, I mean, planting ideas is not the same thing, right? I'm sure there's like, is there like a Star Wars Jedi Sith reference there? I don't know. Who knows?
What? I don't know if you mentioned it or not. Where are our vaults going?
Currently there's a vault on the current map, obviously in Outpost and Bandit Camp.
Right.
With the new map, there's going to be a vault at both outposts and a vault at both abandoned cities. So there's going to be 4 vaults instead of 2.
Okay. All right. So they're like so the ones that are at abandoned are going to end up at basically the abandoned cities.
Oh, okay. That's that. Right. Okay, I see what you mean. So the current. Oh, okay. That's actually a good question. The current Tier 1 outpost vault is going to transfer to the new Tier 1 outpost. The current Tier 3 Bandit Camp vault is going to transfer to the Tier 3 outpost vault. So we didn't want to jeopardize players' items by putting their stuff in a dangerous place. We're going to leave it
Gotcha.
to them if they want
Okay.
to take it there.
That's fair. That was my only main question was where I was going to find my stuff, even
Yep.
after my box exploded yesterday.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with the overhaul. I know you planned on creating a Patreon feature for Rust
Good
RPG.
question.
Is this still on the horizon? I know you and Tacti both have been extremely busy with the overhaul and the AI and the server migration. Is the Patreon still on the horizon?
Yeah, okay, so the Patreon is an interesting topic because it definitely is planned. We've done, I would say, about 80-90% of the background work for it. Like it's set up, the tiers are made, blah blah blah. The thing is that we intentionally decided to wait because, like, things have been delayed a number of times. Like we the custom items patch has been delayed a number of times. The map overhaul, inadvertently got delayed. We kind of don't really want to launch it at a time where people are just like waiting for things that we promised. We want to deliver on things that we promised first, and then launch it when like people are at like a higher morale point. You could maybe say.
I think morale's pretty high right now. I mean, look at all the people that showed up for this.
Yeah. I mean, I trust me. I really appreciate you saying that. And yeah, I'm not implying that like that things are in the dumps. Certainly not. I mean, I would hope not. We're trying to be as absolutely active as possible, day to day, even. Um, but yeah, nonetheless, it's really just a matter of like, yeah, we wanted to, we temporarily put it on pause just until we start getting out some of our major systems, and we're really on the horizon of that. Like the map overhaul has enabled us to set the stage for custom items, which we've had to like we pulled it back not even because of the map overhaul initially. Like we pulled it back because we weren't satisfied with the implementation without encumbrance and stamina because it was following the vanilla Rust meta too too rigidly. Like essentially you were being too like corralled into the same meta of like whatever, metal chest, helmet, and boots, tactical gloves, whatever. So like that was a big problem because it kind of felt very counter like to our aims of making a diverse armor and item system, but the vanilla meta just like reigning supreme. So that's the first reason it got delayed, and then the map overhaul as the second reason. So now that the map overhaul is going to launch, programmatically, the custom item system and the survival overhaul, which I haven't even talked to you guys about. It's a lot to say. I'm not really gonna get into it right now because it's a lot to say. It's a massive, massive overhaul. It adds many layers of depth to the survival of the server. It obviously implements the encumbrance and stamina system, which even in of themselves change how the gameplay works. It changes how combat works. It changes how meta combat works. So yeah, there's a lot on the horizon, and as soon as we start getting these things out, yeah, we do plan to get the Patreon. Yeah, we do. I hope that
Yeah, I
answers your
did.
question.
Some of us have just been wondering. We wanted to kind of continue to further support the server, and we know that
We want to give you bottomless pit of money so that it keeps going.
Let me throw more money at you.
Shut up and
Yep.
take my money.
Yeah, just take our money, please.
Oh,
We're like the opposite of Shark Tank, where we're just ready to give you money instead of being stingy.
You guys do good work. Let me throw more money at you.
Exactly.
Well, look, I mean, I can say thanks to you guys, you've quite literally kept the server going, because you know it has an enormous time commitment. I guess that's probably pretty clear due to implement all this stuff. So in order, it's not even about like it really has nothing to do with making a profit. It has to do with the fact, like, obviously anybody who works on a game project has life expenses, and the time they spend on that project has to allow them to, meet their life expenses. So in that sense, yeah, I mean, you guys have 100%, 100% kept this project going with, the generous amounts you have contributed so far. And yeah, trust me when I say the Patreon is definitely planned. It will be implemented. Um, and yeah, it's not too far off. It really, we just wanted to feel, we would just personally feel more comfortable launching it when we've launched at least one major system that we've been like alluding to. And so once we've done that, it'll follow. While I'm here, this is a tier 4 monument.
Oh,
I've seen this monument before. It's pretty sick.
Tier 4, you say?
Right.
I'll go ahead and put a sleeping bag down.
This is actually not. Let me see where it is. I'll show you guys right over here. This is not where it's actually going to be though. It's going to be much further out. Like tier 4 is gonna be like a pretty good distance from tier 3 because
Or
it's
you could
meant
leave
to.
it closer. That's cool too.
Or we could.
Now, I've got a question. Is there going to be different tiers to the labs again? Like, what are you doing with underwater labs?
Okay, so that's a great question. I'll answer that. What we're planning to do with underwater stuff in general. So this might be a little disappointing, but it's also kind of just what we have to do. Well, I mean, it won't actually be that disappointing. I'll just set up an answer. So we're temporarily with the overhaul. We are not launching with any underwater. Ooh, what's this? Talk about that in a second. Any underwater
Ooh.
content.
Oh.
The reason we're not
Whoa,
launching with
is
any
that-
underwater content is because we're gonna be changing how it works. And if we were to do that, like if we were trying to launch that, I mean, it would just delay things so much. What we're planning to do, we're planning to underwater labs will definitely be a thing. When we re-implement underwater content, but we have a lot planned for that. Like submarines will be found on the ocean floor, so you're gonna have to get tier-based diving equipment, and it will be tier-based, like tier 3, like like tanks will have more oxygen and so on. So you'll be able to dive for those submarines, and
That's pretty cool.
when you bring back a submarine, they're they're pretty useful because they're the only thing that can really work in that way. Like they can submerge, and they can and we have a lot of content planned for underwater content in general. There's going to be underwater labs. There's going to be our unique version of dive sites. There's going to be let's put it this way, areas where you're going to be highly um, dealing with sharks, and there's going to be a lot to do. There's going to be a lot to do, including unique fishing that you can do in a kind of like trawling type situation, like trolling/trawling, and yeah. So the thing is, the short answer is that I don't know. Am I capable of short answers? I'm not really capable of short answers. The answer is that there's a lot of custom stuff that we decided the mainland has like so much stuff already that will keep players busy that there's no point of like elongating the launch of the map by trying to get the underwater stuff in right now. But it will come in when it will be like an expansion when we launch it all at once.
So, Dune, all that was really interesting. Can we go back to talking about that Starship Enterprise in the air? Or,
The flying
I've
Zeppelin?
seen that
'cause,
thing before. It's
I definitely want
dirty.
to tackle that.
Oh, here's
As he ignores the topic.
not to change the subject.
Yeah,
farm.
he's like, oh, look at the farm over here.
You
It's
gotta
super
leave some
interesting."
surprise, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, we're visiting Roki's house.
Pretty
Yeah,
plans.
Right?
That's Rogi's backyard shed.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
And that's one of like
marker
four.
literally just says Rogi's place. So.
Oh
But,
crap! He did distract me.
So. Well, okay. We do have
Mission success.
we have a lot of okay. We have a lot of content planned that allows players to experience content in caves, in underwater areas, aerially as well. And yeah, so one of that is
If it's a surprise, you don't have to ruin it.
no, it's not a surprise. I mean, it's the first.
Oh, it looks so
the
cool.
first,
Dude, that looks
Awesome.
so awesome!
I'm so excited.
Not the one I've seen.
All right, I take it back.
I
You
just-
can go ahead
I
and ruin
just
the
wa-
surprise. Please show it to us.
Dude.
Oh my god.
It's the
Oh,
first
look, there's
tier
even
four,
something on there.
Oh,
Somebody
dude, I
there.
picked the perfect time to join in on this.
All right,
Mhm.
Rangers, we're no longer doing a clan base. We're moving there.
Yep, Zeppelin, completely.
You gotta fight us for it.
Well,
Yeah.
we do one day. We do if the exploration we've done bodes well, we do plan to allow like building in the sky, but we'll see. We'll see how that actually
Oh
works.
my
Throw
god.
in some
Say no
wingsuits and
more.
like.
Say no
Bruh.
more.
If you get
We
voted
don't
off
need
the
anything
island,
else
it's
for
gonna
Ox to
hurt.
kill us with.
Dude.
I mean, to even get to the aerial monuments, obviously you can only do so with a copter. So those monuments are pretty exclusive because if you take into consideration that the copters themselves are pretty exclusive, yeah, it's not
Yeah,
too easy
no,
to get
that's
up
gonna
there.
be awesome.
Can't wait to fly a heli into the side of that and then be pissed.
I know,
Oh, yeah.
killing the whole
Right.
team in the process.
The Ox is dropping
We're
us all
gonna
out of
get
the
all
sky that high.
excited, go up
Yeah.
there, and get shot
Oh
down.
yeah, Ox is gonna crash the sclap into the side of it.
For those of you who are wondering, I'm actually an excellent pilot. They are just joking. Never crashed a single heli with a
Did
team in
Red
it.
join yet?
Yeah, well, all right.
Uh,
So there's that.
It's
And I
astonishing.
showed
This
you
is
the
just
farm.
astonishing. This is just
So
the first iteration of the map overhaul. Like, it's crazy.
And more to come.
Yeah.
Very excited.
Like, you guys do awesome work. Like, bravo. Like, round of applause, like, standing ovation at this point. You guys.
well,
And-
thank you guys. I mean,
yeah.
yeah, I mean, we like there was a lot of stuff that we tried to fit, and that we kind of had to like cut just in terms of like to make the landmass properly spaced out, so that things like because we did want to obviously allow players to have enough room to build and to have enough room to also make public landmarks of their own, um, while also fitting things in appropriately. But yeah, I mean, when we do the rebrand launch in version 3.0, the terrain is going to become far more complex than it currently is. Even like right now, we had certain goals that we wanted to go for, which is to give the terrain different characteristics. And honestly, me zipping around doesn't really do it justice because like a lot of it is not loading properly or quickly enough, and a lot of like what's called decor. Like see this is decor, and oh, did I just freeze? This is decor, and it doesn't load quickly at all. So like a lot of landscape looks barren. So yeah, it'll look a little, look more better, more better. It'll look better and more characteristic.
Oh, better.
As we as you actually see it. And yeah, these nodes of course don't actually spawn there. This is just some weird vanilla Rust shit. But yeah, that's a lot of it. And yeah, there are a lot of points of interest. There are a lot of things you guys will discover. I mean, I showed you a lot, like really probably even the majority. There are things you are going to discover for yourself. A lot of things are tier based. Like junkyards are tier based. We've, by the way, removed the barbed wire because it was just kind of like a big pain in the ass
Oh
to make the
darn.
NPCs.
It killed the NPCs all the time. It made it so hard to get scientist quest done there.
I'm still missing 2 at the moment in my quest log at the moment.
Yeah, dude, I just canceled that quest. I never do it. There's no point.
Yeah, so we decided like we were gonna just like try and make the NPCs like invulnerable to it, but it created all kinds of weird issues. So I said, I'll just get rid of the barbed wire. So yeah, those no longer have barbed wire. Not to say that we might not find a better solution and bring it back one day. So I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but at the moment there is no barbed wire. Yeah, I'll say that. This, by the way, is just the Facepunch stables. We had a custom monument version of this, but it had a couple problems. So for now, like this is kind of a stand-in. And this is where you're gonna basically kill an NPC faction that drops tier-based rain, and those rains are gonna allow you to claim horses, and horses are gonna spawn in the wild in certain areas, which I'll let you guys find where this.
Good
But I will
stuff.
say that that the horses are tier based. The breeds have a rarity system, so you will very rarely. Well, I mean that's like a subjective statement, but you will more rarely than other things see thoroughbreds. For example, that's how that system will work. So like if you got a tier 3 thoroughbred, let's say, and you claimed it, it would be pretty useful. It would be pretty rare, pretty exclusive. And we're actually going to add a lot more to that system because we're eventually going to have horse breeding, which will allow you to crossbreed horses to kind of create different stat combinations.
Can't wait to
And
crossbreed helis.
well, they're actually there's
This is
there's not
X-rated.
necessarily
Sorry.
yeah, this did escalate rather quickly, but while there won't be like heli
Dude.
crossbreeding, um, there will be parachute crossbreeding. Is that a thing? No, there will be custom heli creation though, which is kind of cool.
Yes.
Oh, sweet.
Well, putting gimp suits on the
More
hoses,
more
crossbreeding
stuff to
any
crash.
better?
Hey, look,
Oh,
we may just make a crash-proof heli.
Oh!
Attempt.
okay. I'll be
I can
spending money.
Shut up and take my money.
I
We
did
can-
mean to ask this earlier.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a cap limit on the number of mounts that can spawn? Like, if is there a certain limit of helis that can spawn? I know they're going to be rare, but if we actually take the time to upkeep these and keep them in our base, there's not going to be a limitation.
Shortage.
A shortage of them, essentially.
If someone likes to hoard them.
Well, I mean, some of the bigger clans, we do happen to keep a few helis extra, and I don't. If I was a solo player and all the big clans had all the helis,
Yeah, that would kind of suck.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, great question. So, no worries on that. The way the system works is like this. When a player claims any of the new tier-based mounts, what's going to happen is, okay, I'll actually backtrack for 5 seconds. All these resources you see, as I mentioned, we're not spawning these. These are procedurally spawned. Our resources are actually very meticulously spawned based on number of combinations ranging from biome to splat to topology and other factors. So because of that, there's going to be that's how we're going to spawn horses and helis and cars and so on, and balloons. So that's how that's going to work. So the way that will work when somebody claims it, if somebody claims a horse or a heli or whatever, the system that spawns it is gonna be kind of like triggered. It's gonna get trigger warninged, and it's gonna like kind of forget about it, and then
Forget about.
and then it's gonna basically no longer count that heli or horse or whatever in its number of spawned entities, and it will, and then in other words, like mechanically speaking, that horse or heli or whatever will go on cooldown, and it can go and it can spawn again. Yeah.
Perfect. So no cap limit, essentially.
Yeah, that's the Adun patented short answer. No cap limit.
All right. Well, I mean that's good news. That was a concern for I think a few people.
You've heard of Oogie's fan base. I'm gonna get the heli base going. 6 levels, minis.
Will there actually be mastery levels?
Well, there will be. There will not be with the overhaul. It's a planned feature for people, crazy people who get to level 100.
Oh, we're totally safe.
Yeah, I mean the way we kind of gotta fix that. The way we kind of made it is that getting to 100 is pretty, takes some time. I know certain players over the course of the server's life have created like charts and stuff, so you'll probably catch on to the secret that the progression is like insanely front loaded, and that's intentional because we want players to be able to raise in levels as quickly as possible to kind of like become quote competitive as possible as quickly as possible, and then as you like top off your progression, it like it like slows down a lot. So um, that's how the system designed instead of it being more linear, because if it was more linear, um, it would put a kind of exclusivity on higher levels that would make like feeling progressed for lower levels kind of like in a bad spot or a dangerous spot where they could even be like bottleneck. So okay, so with that said, and I'm just giving you one of those short patented answers. With that said, the progression could be that it will take some time to get to level 100 on your main. If you do that, you still can progress because you
Mike's
then.
breaking up a dude.
Oh, okay. How about now?
Perfect. Yep.
Thank you, guys. After you get to level 100 on your main, you can then obviously level up your implants. So, like, if you were to level up your main to 100 and your implants to 100, I mean, that's like a fair bit of progression, which we're not really expecting anyone to do anytime soon.
Oh, is that a challenge?
I mean, I won't stop you guys from taking this challenge. But basically, the way we're trying to do it is by the time we consider that like like reasonably doable, the mastery levels will be implemented, which will allow players to continue progressing. Yeah.
Because as it stands right now, Ruggy's max level, as soon as he hit it, he went instantly criminal because he had nothing else to do. So
basically, yeah.
He went criminal because he had nothing. Well,
he's like negative 3,000 right alignment points.
Well, you guys might want to be careful about that because certain things with alignment will be changing. I can give you a heads up about that. Hang on one second. I got to I can send Tacti a message, but I'm screen sharing, so I can't really do it. Tac, do you hear me, buddy?
Yeah.
Go to Go to sleep. You hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
I said go to sleep.
Oh.
I just Taxi is a man with issues with a consistent sleep schedule. So I'm scared that he's about to screw up his sleep schedule again. So I'm just being the dad.
He
Here,
might have already been asleep.
the stalker dad. I don't know. So yeah, I was just letting you know if you're staying around because you feel obligated, then totally not necessary.
Yeah, okay then. I'll go to bed then. Fine. Fine.
We love you, Tacty.
Yeah, everybody
Good
tell
night.
Tacty how much you love him.
Yeah,
Love
thanks,
you.
brother.
Love
Thanks for
you.
everything you do, brother.
And wish him good night, and
Good
tell him
night.
Sweet
tell him
dreams,
the thing.
man. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams.
Sleep
Wake
well.
up and start another 36-hour coding shift.
All happens. Get out of here.
Thank you, bye everyone.
Too funny.
All right. Yeah, I have been struggling with him to have a sleep schedule that is remotely sane and to avoid him disappearing for days on end. I beg, I implore him, and I noticed he's like a couple hours ahead. So I was like, I decided to take proactive measures. I intentionally embarrassed him, but what can I say?
Yeah, we all have horrible sleep schedules.
I was gonna say the Venn diagram of people that play Rust
Yeah.
and people who have terrible sleep schedules is a circle.
Yeah, I was
Exactly.
up till 2 a.m. last
Yeah.
night and had to be in at work at 6. So I mean,
Oh, I mean, look, I didn't say there's
That's a
any
lot of
hope.
sleep.
Yeah, I've not slept.
Oh boy.
Look, as you guys are solidifying, I didn't say there's any hope for the rest of us. I'm trying to
You're just trying to help Tacty.
this was
Got a
like a
focus effort.
very this was a focused rescue mission, and
There you go.
I hope
Save one at a time.
I did
Oh,
it.
yeah, if any of us don't get enough sleep, it's fine. We just shoot the wrong direction. If Tacky
Yeah,
doesn't get sleep, monuments are upside down and shit, and we're not able to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the point. This is for all of our benefit. So yeah, I try to
Yeah.
take proactive measures. But all right, yeah. So what else you guys got? What else you guys got?
So this is like another custom item question. I feel like we've asked this on the Discord before, but I couldn't find it really quickly. But for cave building and stuff, you know those glowing things that hang from the ceiling? Will there ever be a way to purchase like aesthetic stuff like that as custom items, or like have those be implemented as drops somehow? Please.
Okay, right. So that's a great question. All right. So we have been okay, I'll say this and I'll kind of carefully maybe choose my words. What is this road? What the
We'll
Secret.
just have to
It's
say that
It's a secret.
tier 3 heli's out just in case anybody's standing outside.
Wow, this
Oh
is
yeah.
Just
for
Okay.
those that are
saying that.
chilling over at the ranger base, if you want to go inside, we can go inside if you need.
Just a heads up while everybody's got a second for a downtime.
okay, so we've been researching a system that will allow, and I do mean researching, although I should say we've been making good progress with that research. It essentially will allow players like the actual players on the server, to deploy themselves certain aesthetic items, and so far we've managed to confirm things like pumpkins, certain like rocks, certain trees, certain bushes, things of that nature. So as we continue to like research what is possible, and by possible I don't mean this is like this is like really common knowledge. This is kind of like deep divey stuff, but it is 100,000% our intention to allow players to do things like that because we do want because one unfortunate thing about Rust is that like its base building is like super utilitarian compared to like let's say
Yeah.
Minecraft, let's say,
Yeah.
whereas like Minecraft has kind of like went off the deep end with possibilities of things you could do with your base and whatever. I mean, the reason they were able to do that is because they don't really regulate those mechanics with like balanced things. They're kind of just like do whatever you want because they're just like blocks or whatever. But I mean, kind of some of the things are regulated. But in any case, yeah. So we are planning to do that. Um, And I hope that we can find, you know, like things like that, like the glowing. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That those can be the glow things, let's call them, that they can be placeable. Because yeah, it would be amazing, like if you could, you know, place those at will and decorate your base, and not only that, but even if they had certain certain what's it called, like certain things that they actually influence, let's just say, in the world, like they had certain mechanics built into them as well. But at the very least, aesthetically, yeah, we we,
Hmm.
All about the
we
aesthetic.
definitely want to.
Awesome. I'm super looking forward to it.
So like bushes like this, you know,
Yeah.
yeah,
Or like
things like
swamp
that.
stuff, spider webs. Yes, flowers, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, like I'll put it this way: if it's at all possible, like if it's literally at all possible whatsoever, it'll definitely be in. Like 100% it will be in. If it's not possible, um, we'll raid Face Punch's studio.
Do it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Do it.
They
Sign me
can't
up.
stop us all.
We'll
First they
provide
were a
the.
Grinch.
You have an
and now they
army,
hate our
Adun.
aesthetic.
You have an army behind you.
Like a quad.
Pitchforks. Pitchforks.
Are we zerging face punch?
Yup.
I
Sticks
I
and
hope it doesn't
stones.
come
Let's
to that.
go.
I hope it doesn't come to that. We'll do everything in our power for it not to come to that. But yeah, so.
Well, that sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say else? I guess somewhat briefly about custom items is for the overhaul launch, the main custom items that are going to exist are the mount-based custom items, the custom keys, which the chest keys that are going to allow you to open chests without bashing them, but obviously you can still bash them without the keys. Then there's going to be monument sorry, oh, my mic, monument specific fuses, and not only monument specific but tier based as well. Although actually, you know what? I should shush because we're in the final decision if fuses are going to be monument or tier based. So we'll see about that.
Speaking of
Yeah,
custom
go ahead.
items, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no,
Custom
not at all.
items. I know we brought it up in the Discord, and I don't want you to have to get too far into it, but are we looking at some type of like rarity based system to where there's commons, uncommons, rares, ultra rares, legendaries, like so on and so forth, that have like step based improvements? Like there's like a common item has like one attribute to it, uncommon might have two or better stats, those kind of things.
Yes, we are. Yes, across the board. So, um, the way that will work is like this. Yeah, I know that certain RPGs, like a certain, crafty wariness. I don't know. I botched that. So, um, like yeah, Warcraft and other RPGs have that, and it's kind of become a staple where it's like common, uncommon, whatever. We kind of are going somewhat of a more old school approach where items are gonna have well, it's actually it's like a mix. It's going to be a mix of an old school approach and like a new school. Items are going to have an item score, which is a new school thing, right? That's not really like that didn't exist before, because item score mostly exists nowadays if you like have enough gear, like the right gear to like raid or like enter a certain zone or whatever. We're using item score not in in that way. We're using it more just like as a like a rubric, or like a metric, I guess you could say. Um, in addition to item score, all items, custom items, are going to have a tier, and they're going to have a quality. So you could have a tier 4, quality 6, bolt action, or you could have a tier 3, quality 0 bolt action, and that will be like a somewhat linear um, item score increase, and therefore very identifiable, like um, like rarity increase, because it will be more rare. It will be more rare. It will have better stats, and it will be more useful, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I just I get that little kid feeling when you're playing a game, you open up a chest and you see like a purple item in there or something like that. It's just that fun find.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. That's a huge thing. I'll just briefly. No, I can't do anything brief. I'll just like somewhat maybe frank and briefly say that, yeah, totally agree on that. We're totally by removing, or sorry, not moving, like moving away from the common, uncommon, rare, whatever. We're not really trying to like curtail that like feeling of like looting items like that. We're just making it based on a system that we're like, if you loot an item that's like tier 3, quality 10, I mean, once you get used to the system, you're gonna know like shit, this thing is like insanely valuable. So you will be able to identify that.
Very cool. Thank you.
And yeah, and by the way, to add, that will work with crafting in the same way. Like crafters, to craft, like let's say to use an extreme example, to craft a tier 4 quality 10 item is like gonna be super difficult, and that would be like the equivalent of having like a, I don't know, like a super legendary item, like if you wanted to use that equivalency.
The time, cost, materials, and making that plus the skill required is high, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. It would be the highest of all those things, and obviously the well, and not only that, it would also be iterations, because we're going to be using a crafting system where like your chance to produce a certain item goes up and up with your skill and up with certain factors, but it will never be like topped out to be 100%. So even the most skilled crafter possible will never produce masterpiece after masterpiece. So even the most skilled crafter with like everything going for them, when they produce that like super masterful item, they're gonna feel it in the loins. So.
Hmm. Keeps the economy going good on it.
Yeah, definitely. It will. That kind of thing will be very relevant for dictating the economy, and for really everything, from adventuring to PvEing to like raiding. Um, Economic factors are going to be really huge. All right, so have you guys all been worn down?
My brain hurts.
I did post a sick
So
meme in the
excited.
general chat.
Now, if you can just cover everything that you've already said again, just to
Yeah,
make sure.
recap.
Recap.
Just
We need a let's
TDLR.
Recap
Matt,
in
babe.
more detail this time.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
okay.
kind
Give us the
you really
short
breeze
version.
through it, Adun. If you can just go into detail, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, the first thing I said. Don't
Madman's ready to
enable
do
me.
it. The madman's ready to do it.
Don't enable me. Don't be enablers. So
That's what we're here for, though. Really.
That's exactly what I am as an enabler.
hey, well, there's good ways to put that to use. So, but
Excited.
yeah, other than enabling behaviors, anything else I can cover? I mean, we pretty much we covered a lot. We really. I mean, I
Yeah.
even showed you pretty much most things on the map. There's a couple
Mhm.
small things you haven't seen. I hope you have a better, sense of the map. You will kind of like just by opening it when you're in game, be able to see obviously where monuments are, and it might be worth putting like maxing out the exploration talent to see the map markers.
Hmm.
Definitely putting points into
as you
fuel
go.
efficiency.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, gonna have to put a lot of points into like helicopter durability.
Don't know
You
why I
don't
would
have
do that.
anything for that?
Trust me, my guys have been asking me.
We used to just force our us to be our pilot
Since
for
they're gonna
everything.
be more
I don't
rare, are
fully
they gonna
spec them
take
for-
longer to despawn?
Yes. I'm sorry, I missed who asked that, but yes. So, all mounts are tier based, and they have increased stats like speed, fuel efficiency, I think it was, and damage resistance are the three. And in addition to that, mounts in general, like in general across the board, are gonna take longer to despawn because
Okay.
we definitely
Cool.
don't want players to get like a rare, super rare mount and then just like despawns in 24 hours. Yeah, that's not what we want to do.
I have one last aesthetic related question.
Absolutely.
Will there
Here's a
be
5-pounder.
listen, okay. So with the gradient text in chat, you can do it with like the start color and the end color, but you can also do rainbow. Will there ever be one where players can pick as many colors as in like a rainbow gradient, but with our own
You can
colors?
already do that.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Look at
Wait,
in-game chat right now.
Technically, you can. Yeah. You can. I believe.
Just
you
keep putting hashtag in the number over and over.
Really?
And with a space in between.
Okay, all right, I got it. That's what I'm doing next.
That was your
Thank you.
that was your last question. You said.
Basically, yeah.
And
I mean,
you gotta.
that was the fastest implementation
I know.
I've ever done.
Yeah, wow. Ask and you shall receive.
Well, we try.
What,
Rogie implemented it back in
supposed to be asleep.
I don't want you to have to beat a dead horse on the custom item thing. What is y'all's ability for custom items as far as trying to think of how to say this, instead of just doing like higher damage for stats or something like that, how far into it can you make a weapon? Like I know I put a suggestion in about being able to use a crossbow as like a long range healing thing. Is that even possible?
It's absolutely possible, and we do have something. I won't get into specifics, but we do
Right,
have
yeah.
things like that planned. We can, here's the thing: we can do, excuse me, we can do a lot with custom items, and we are doing a lot. And as time passes, the more how should I say this in the most simple way possible? The more crazy shit you guys are gonna see, because like we're just gonna add so much like we're probably going to get carried away. Okay, we're probably going to get carried away. It's not going to go the other direction. Like we're going to get carried away with all the stuff that we're going to add. Like we're going to add items that have all kinds of things that it can do, that integrate into the RPG system, like traits that enable the usage of items more efficiently. There will definitely be able to have like play styles. They're like dedicated healers. And it's not going to be as simple as just like following
Kate's gonna
someone
love
around
that.
and like
Oh, yeah.
syringing
I
their
doing
butt.
pet bears when?
Pet.
Actually, we had discussed this. That it'd be really cool if like it's an RPG. If we had like a druid class that could make
Yeah.
animals friendly
Yeah.
or spawn just like we do guardians, spawn some friendly
Yeah.
polar bears
I
at
want
your
a
side.
squad
And
of bears.
It is planned. It is planned. Taming.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Taming. I'll say this. Taming is gonna. We have a lot planned for that because not only with the horse breeding system, we're planning to do taming on many fronts. I mean, again, like just keep in mind to try and manage expectations a bit because these things are pretty far off. Okay, I should
Yeah.
give you a disclaimer
Wanna
that
murder
these things
people with T4 chickens.
Oh my god, yes.
It's
An army
He
of
run
chickens.
after you.
It's the
Hey
zealous.
man,
You have a
chicken
custom chicken outfit.
original chickens were deadly on this server.
Mhm.
I'm gonna put a chicken in my inventory and
true.
use it as a parachute for when I blow a heli up.
Slow fall. Get a slow
Exactly.
fall chicken.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
zelda
buddy.
mechanics.
You give us ideas like that. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh boy.
Taming can get out of
No
hand.
parachutes, only chicken.
Dude is looking at his calendar, like setting another 36-hour coding session just to make this happen.
Jesus Christ.
Look, I mean, the overall gist of it is that, yeah, there's going to be the custom item system. The more time that passes, the more crazy shit that's going to be implemented. The more we add, like mechanically speaking, the way that we're doing this is by adding functionalities into the code base, and the more functionalities we add into the code base, the more we can kind of like disseminate into the items, and we're just going to like keep increasing that over time. So you're gonna just eventually see like more and more statistics that are possible through the items. We're gonna launch with a very healthy like plethora, but yeah, it's gonna just expand more and more, especially as the RPG system expands. Um, there's gonna be some highly custom play styles. Taming is going to be a thing. You will be able to tame something like a bear that will fight for you within reason, I should say, within reason.
I just want to pet you.
Yo, I want armor on the bear.
Can we ride these
bear.
bears?
I want to
bear-
ride the bear.
Bear
I
mount.
want to
yeah.
ride
I
them.
don't want to ride it. I want bear armor. The bear is my
Plan
tank.
arc.
Sounds like we should all just get drunk and make suggestions at a Dune.
That's what I was gonna say.
Absolutely.
Dune, can we get a channel
Already
on
there.
Discord for custom items suggestions? Because I think it's gonna get
yes.
crazy,
That's
and
good.
it'll be nice to be able to find the specific stuff, like just a list of custom items that you guys can look at and decide that's way too crazy. Let's definitely put it in the game or not.
Tacti's gonna look at that channel and cry.
He will, yeah.
I mean, I have a certain whip reserve for that situation, and
Mhm.
but
my God.
but I mean,
Wait, does that imply that you have other whips?
I've said too much. I've said too much.
Hey.
All right. Oh, this got awkward real fast.
I mean,
Make it
Are we
weird.
do y'all only have one?
So
there
how
you
much
go.
access
See,
do we get with
whoever just
Patreon?
turned that around, that's the way to do it.
I like how split this channel was with those reactions though.
Yeah, that was excellent.
Half of us are like, ha, ha, ha. The other half's like, what the fuck?
Perfect population split.
It is. It's true. It's a good balance.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
A
I
side
would-
question about the custom item stuff.
Oh yeah, good.
I don't know that much about this, but to my understanding, are you limited to the models that Rust already has in the game?
Okay, so the way that works is Rust, every custom item that we have is going to be based on an actual item because unfortunately we cannot they haven't yet allowed us to do like a Gary's mod thing, which is like add more and more custom items. Actually, can you even do that in Gary's mod? I think you can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. So like we have to use the items which already exist. So like our options there kind of then become like what do we do with them? Do we do things like where different custom items that are skinned a certain way have certain stats? Now
Mhm.
we are probably gonna do that to a certain extent, but that is a very slippery slope, which we've realized early on, because the problem with that is like people love to skin their stuff. So like if we make items based on specific skins, that means that those items can no longer be skinned, which kind of defeats the purpose of skinning. And it also actually even goes against, like, let's say, practically speaking, we have skinning mechanics in our like what you could call monetization model, and we would basically just like pulling the rug out from people if we did that. So, um, so that's why like we are probably planning to implement skinning in like skinned items with specific stats in a limited capacity of items that are like super exclusive, which like the players would be okay with not being able to skin because they're like very, very one of a kind. But other than that, we've kind of made our bed at this point with like items just we have to allow items to be skinned no matter what they are, almost completely. Um, and yeah, I mean that kind of limits what we can do. It basically means that like let's say we take an AK, right? An AK can have all kinds of stats we can add to it, but the stats that it will have are gonna basically just are gonna be in the name. They're gonna be in the name, and the skin is just gonna be up to the players. That's kind of like what we're limited with, unless of course we do make everything skin based. But I don't know. At the moment, I just see too many problems with that, and I see too many. Even practically speaking, with the monetization thing, I feel like players would not be appreciative of us of like changing that, and it's a conversation we can have. Maybe we can poll it to see what players think. Because I guess if enough people agree in a poll, who knows? But at the moment, we're not really planning on doing it skin based, just because we do want players to be able to skin their items.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So, Adun, I have a question here. It's old school, and I apologize if this has been asked. I had to step away from the live stream for quite a while, but quests. In terms of quests, so right now, to claim and accept quests, we need to either be an outpost or bandit. And with bandit going away on the map overhaul, no, is that still going to be looked at? Are we going to be going to certain areas or towns to be able to accept and claim quests? And the second part to that question is quests going to be expanded upon? So right now, we have kill quests and gather quests, and will we be looking at expanding the kind of quest types?
Okay. Yeah. Great. Great. Two questions. Very relevant. So in terms of how quests are going to be accepted and given in, I do, however, have to give you a somewhat anticlimactic response in that we are figuring that out right now as a final thing because yeah, the map is like really big, so it can't really work in the same way it did. It's not at all practical for us to expect it to work in the same way. Because it even was kind of a pain in the ass. I know, um, even how it currently works. So yeah, there's like three options that we have on the table that we're choosing what to commit to. So I can't confirm that, but what I will say is that we will make it as painless as possible. We're not trying to frustrate players just by handing in quests. So we hear you on that, and we're not trying to make that something like horrific. The second part of your question is about the expansion. Okay, so quests are actually like a super duper placeholder system because they're not our actual quests. And I kind of just like verbally abuse the quest system. Like you're not our actual system, but yeah, like basically the quest system is a placeholder, which is eventually going to become the task system because technically that's what they actually are. Like it's like go, kill X number of this fool, gather X number of this resource. It's like a task. Like go do this, and here's your reward. That's not really a quest. So like the quest system we're planning to implement is going to be entirely lore and faction based, and that's going to come with hopefully it's going to come with with the NPC faction overhaul system. So that is going to work where it's like there's actual when you do a quest, it's going to increase your faction standing with that faction, and probably decrease your faction standing with another faction, which is generally how that's going to work. Um, where it's like most factions have like enemies that are going to like your standing is going to go down if it goes up with them. And that's gonna be like a lot more involved. Like it's gonna be about going to places, like specific POIs, like doing certain things, like more classically RPG oriented than the current like task based approach. Um, but yeah, that is not gonna happen soon because that's gonna be with the faction overhaul. So in the more, which is I guess like a third part of your question, like or at least the third answer I can give. In the more shorter term, the quest system is still going to be called the quest system, just because we don't want to like call it tasks until we can actually implement the real quest system. We do plan to expand that with more options, like crafting certain things, like um, yeah, there's a certain number of options on the table to expand upon that because at the moment it's only kill or gather unless I'm forgetting something.
No, thanks for the answer. I mean, that brings a lot of clarity, and it's exciting to see that eventually that will expand into like factions and the traditional kind of RPG sense of quests. Because yeah, you're right. It's more like tasks at the current moment.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
So does it sound like, just from what I'm hearing, with the eventual rollout of the kind of finalized quest faction, will there be a quest system and a task system, so you can do kind of like the kill fetch quest type, so to speak, or tasks, and then there'll be quests in conjunction? Or do you plan on phasing that task portion completely out and just focusing on like the traditional RPG quests?
yeah, so that there actually will be both. Quests are gonna be quests are gonna be entirely different from tasks. Like that's the thing. Like I don't like personally I don't like RPGs that kind of have quests which are like glorified fetch things, glorified tasks. They're kind of just like go pick 20 berries and something like that. So we're gonna I mean this is subject to change the subject, etc. But the overall idea is that things like that are gonna beat the task system, and things like quests, which are actually like more story oriented, are gonna be what they are, and they're gonna be like exclusive from each other. They're not gonna be they're not gonna be a replacement for each other. They're gonna be
Like go
different,
over
and they're gonna
here and
coexist.
kill fucking such and such, and then progress on to something else. That kind of quest. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, we want. Okay, so let's use an example. Let's say there's like an NPC faction that wants you to go and destroy a procedurally generated base. And because that NPC faction dislikes that other NPC faction. Gross oversimplification, but let's put it that way. So if you go and destroy and raid the space, um, you're going to contend with the NPCs there. It's procedurally generated, so you have to find it. Um, and probably you're going to deal with like certain named NPCs and certain like dynamic things that can happen. Like we're going to be creating a system of dynamic occurrences that will make every quest not identical on top of each other. So it's not like so rinse repeat. And yeah, you'll basically go do the thing. You'll have the kind of like instead of a task, you'll have a kind of like objective, let's call it. And certain dynamic things are going to be added to that objective. And if you can complete it, your faction standing is going to go up. And hopefully, we've already researched this. We already know it's possible to do voice acting through a certain hacky method. So we are planning to do kind of voice acting things. So you might even interact with NPCs who like talk and stuff like that. So that's more
They might
along the
sound
line.
suspiciously like a Dune.
Um, yeah, I mean, they might, they just might, at least some, at least some. Um, so, so yeah, that's kind of like more along the lines of what we're planning to do for questing. Like we're trying to make this dynamic as possible, and like certain things, games, in my opinion, like Guild Wars 2 did correctly, um, is like their dynamic quest system, which like allows certain variables to exist on the map, and then kind of like puts you amid them, and like allows for somewhat dynamic occurrences. Like it's kind of like force dynamic, but it's still more dynamic than like World of Warcraft. Um, Stuff like that. I'm more appreciative of than just like standard quests that like are like more like glorified fetch things.
Are we introducing alcohol and making our vision blurred?
Distilleries.
Oh yeah, something new to farm.
Growing
Get
hops.
hops going.
I want to be able to
Can we
farm
grow
hop and barley, y'all.
Can we
Hell
grow
yeah.
You just
smokable
make it
cannabis?
corn.
Oh my
Just make
god.
it. Just use corn for alcohol.
Smokable cannabis, please.
Whatever I've started to do, I apologize.
Okay, what was the last thing you said? Oh, what you started. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, no fear. Um, I'll kind of answer all that at once by saying that like the custom items and custom crafting system, the custom system, all the custom systems. Yeah, I mean, we plan to have like over time, more and more trade crafts are going to be introduced. So like when we kind of like have a certain meta of trade crafts that do a certain number of things, that like the main things, let's say to start with, like wood cutting. And by the way, that's not chopping trees, that's processing trees. Um, like wood cutting, refining, which is like ores. Technically, Rust already has refining, but only for ores. Um, I mean, they kind of have some like a weird ass refining system with crude oil and low grade, which is like, in my opinion, is a very strange system where you can turn them into each other, and it's like why? But anyway, okay.
Well, the mixing tables is a refinery for berries.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like there are some, there are some like refining things, but the point being is that like the crafting, let's say the like gathering loop, well, no, not loop, crafting, refining, gathering, refining, crafting loop is that you gather raw resources. This is not unheard of. This is how it works in most RPGs, especially sandboxes. You gather a raw resource, you then need to refine that raw resource, and then the way you refine it has many avenues, and from depending on what you refined it into, you then can craft custom items from that. And that's kind of the main gist of all the different like gathering, refining, crafting systems. There's going to be many. Like crafting will be separated into
I'm
multiple.
hearing that we can refine cannabis into joints and then smoke them. That's what I'm hearing.
I'll say that it's not off the table.
How much money do I gotta throw at you to make that happen?
This server is going to be half drug dealers and then the other half is drug
Yup.
users.
Yep.
I mean, it is criminal activity.
Cannot be both.
Very criminal activity.
Hey, well, now we know what the Rangers are getting into.
Nothing
guys-
but
are you guys
gambling and
recruiting?
weed.
Well, I will
Have
say
you-
that that contraband will eventually extend to like to more than just policing tier 0. Those poor tier 0 people. And every 3 days there's a new contraband post. Dear God, the system will expand to more than just harassing new players. It will eventually be a system of actual illegal items that are made, let's say, illegally on the down low.
Mm.
Cough, skooma,
What
cough.
if you get a
And
med card?
yeah.
I was
Say
gonna
again?
say, you're trying to take my weed, man. I got that card.
Yeah.
I got that med card, man.
Can I feed it to my pet bear?
You got a green card? Is that
It's
what?
actually just a note, and it just says is allowed to smoke.
Yeah, all I'm seeing right now is outside of Rogi's building. It's just going to say not a meth lab.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Well, we look, we look forward to I mean that's really like where the server is heading, and
Meth
I
labs.
mean
Meth labs?
I mean I should clarify that.
Dude.
I'd be a little more
You heard it
specific
first
there.
from Adoon, so.
He has to stay awake
Yeah,
somehow.
you can quote me on that. That's where the server is heading. Meth labs.
Audio clip saved.
Yeah.
Are we all on a list now from spending money for bombs?
Oh my goodness.
What I meant to say is where the server is heading is all kinds of custom systems that like the more systems that we get kind of nailed down on the industrial side, the more that are going to get introduced, because it just simply allows more avenues to do new things, like because we do want systems like health systems where like characters can actually get diseases and things of that nature, and like medic-based characters should be more than just heal bots or whatever. They should actually be able to cure people's actual ailments based on their character. Because as I was saying to Kaz earlier about a big feature is like like you could call it like the sanctity of your game life, which is like when you live, we want you being alive to be meaningful. We want it to be like players should be careful and guarding of their life, rather than it just being kind of like a thing they can just zoom around the map with, or like like Zerg, a clan, like with sleeping bags and things like that. That's
Hardcore mode.
that's the total opposite of what we're trying to do. So.
Hardcore.
I know a particular player that's gonna be very happy about the medic stuff.
So can we like shoot stims out of an L96? I know you said like crossbows, but like let's upgrade that a little bit. Like powerful.
Well, I'm thinking
Yeah,
like crossbow
high
skirmishes, and then like think about it like AOE healing grenades.
That'd be cool.
You mean
1,200 yards.
You mean AOE healing rockets?
Like this, you son of a bitch.
A lot of oh, look at this guy's rude. A lot of
He's trying to take a piss.
yeah, he was. He literally was standing there, and I just walked in on him, so I guess he deserve it. A lot of things for what you could call the Holy Trinity, so to speak, the RPG Holy Trinity, which is like healing, DPS, and tanking. While we're certainly not gonna like copy that and appropriate it like rigidly, it is gonna be felt. Like you are gonna feel that in the RPG system that like that you can have a pronounced healing playstyle, but not just the healing playstyle. Your healing playstyle can very much vary within the like there will be like subtypes of healers for sure, and like one of them absolutely could be like AoE healing, but you know it will be much less effective than single target healing, and things of that nature, for sure.
Oh,
Sounds good to
Right,
me.
Yeah,
a
excited.
group healer and then a tank healer.
That'd be
Yeah,
cool.
I mean that will become a lot more apparent when the RPG overhaul hits, because like I mean we've wanted to do the overhaul for so freaking long, and things just kept getting. Sorry, my mic might have moved. Things just kept getting in the way, and not only that, but like we eventually. I mean, we announced the initial RPG overhaul targeting attributes like a long ass time ago, but it had to be shelved because like it wasn't it wasn't doing enough, and it wasn't like solving the issues we needed to. So the RPG overhaul, when it finally launches, it's gonna at a bare minimum, it's gonna have levelable skills, and you can like many skills, like probably too many. But it's gonna have like if you go into if you type /talents and you go into the talents category, every talent category is gonna be a skill category, like more or less, is gonna be a skill category, and every sub talent, well not sub talent, every talent is gonna be a sub skill. So as you can imagine, there's going to be quite a lot of skills, and that's going to add very much to the specialization of the server. So it's like whatever play style you really want to pursue, you're going to actively do it, and everyone else who has not like actively leveled up those skills, they're not going to be competent in that pursuit. So like people who like let's use healing as an example, right? If you don't have skill in healing, um we are trying to keep it as three-dimensional as possible, because we realize that in the real world, whatever, you theoretically could be a talented person but not a skilled person. Like you could have a talent for something that you haven't cultivated. So we're not trying to like bottleneck it only based on skills. But with that said, even in the real world, you can be a talented person who's unskilled, but even your talent is going to be highly underdeveloped if you're not also skilled at that thing. And that's kind of how we're doing it. Like you can amplify something with a talent to a point, um, but really the like bulk of your competence is going to be through the skill. So like in healing, like if you the more healing you have, the better you'll be at healing yourself as well as other people. And if you have no skill in healing, yeah, you'll be able to heal, but it will be much more minuscule. Um, and
Light heals.
yeah, there'll be light heals, and most likely that means like any like let's say like Madden character, they would be well advised to also skill up first aid. But you don't have to. That's the thing. You don't have to do that. You could just skill up more in offensive capabilities and not be able to heal yourself. That's your option. But yeah, those choices will be available.
Okay, real quick. I'm a bit late to this one. I love you. 2, I love
No.
how passionate you sound about this. 3, how do you say your name? Because it's been burning a hole in my mind for forever.
It's Master.
4, hello everybody.
Hey, Trevor.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, and I think that's it. Yeah.
Hi, Trevor.
Okay. Hey. Oh. Sorry. 1 second.
He's trying to remember how to pronounce his name.
Yeah, right. I don't care how he says it. I'm saying Aiden.
Yeah, I was trying to get a little water in. But yeah. So how do you pronounce your name? I kind of tend to go with a Dune.
Okay.
But Aiden, a Dune does
Yeah.
kind of work for me.
Aiden all the way.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, all those work. I've kind of had this gamer
One works
name
better
for a
to
while.
go like, yeah, wait. Aiden,
Oh
you
wait,
can't
so
go
wait,
Adun.
Adune's not your real name? I always thought Adune was your real name.
I always call him the Doom.
I did too, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought that was just legit. You're just your first name.
I'll take it. I mean, it might actually be. There's a lot of subterfuge going on.
He doesn't know anymore.
Subject to change.
Now, are you developing this full time?
Well, that's a tricky question. You know, I'm basically.
If you
I'm
consider 80
basically-
hours a week full time, then yes.
I'll
In
put
America,
this way.
it is.
Any amount of time I possibly have, I'm completely sinking into this, and definitely the you know the amount that everyone probably I think literally everyone here pretty much has greatly helped the server with your contributions and stuff like that, allows Tacti and myself to do what we got to do. But yeah, I mean, we're both spending as much time as humanly possible on it because I mean you couldn't really do something like this without spending as much time as humanly possible. Like it's not really something you could do casually.
Yeah.
So, did I miss any questions in there?
Do you need someone to fund, like you just want to fund their entire life? After this becomes insanely popular and I don't really want to work anymore. So, I'm taking applications for sugar babies, I guess I'm trying to say.
Oh my God.
I'm open.
Is the Sky Daddy looking for sugar babies?
Oh, good lord.
He's offering to suck your dick.
Oh God.
Y'all need
well.
Jesus.
Look, some things don't need to be said, But
Oh,
Jesus
nice.
is up the
I
server.
like it.
Jesus
Jesus
be
is
the
up the
RPG sugar baby.
Too funny.
We'll give you all the scrap.
So
I
instead
mean,
of the
when-
wall of
so-
text for updates, what about like just the Dune podcast where you just talk about the update for like 10 minutes?
10
That
minutes.
can easily
You ever
that
met
can
it?
easily happen. I mean,
I was saying, have you been here the last 3 hours?
Sorry, will you post a video that's of some? That's why it's called a podcast. Just the update podcast every week.
I'll give
Yeah,
him more
I-
stuff to do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
actually, in
actually
reality, that's
have
actually
been.
not a terrible idea. Like doing a 10-minute update with a video that you're showcasing.
saves you from trying to explain everything and just show it off.
I mean,
Yeah,
nothing
I
that
was
needs to be
gonna
like
say-
as produced as like Shadowfax or anything. Just
No, I'm to expect that quality.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't underestimate its quality. I mean, trust me, I'm sure he spends like a huge amount of time to do. I don't even know how like his videos are crazy. Like I don't even know how much time he spends. It's definitely a lot. But with that said, yeah, I have been thinking about doing different update formats. It's kind of rough because like I do have to document the changes in patch notes anyway. And that does take a fair bit of time. So it's like to also do a video on top of that is questionable. But yeah, I do want to find. I definitely like when things get less hectic. I would love to do like update videos. Not exactly like Shadowfrax, because he has a lot of like comedic stuff built into it, which is great. But probably update videos in the vein of just like showing the actual mechanics, like like in sincerity, and and kind of talking about them maybe a little bit. Yeah, I'm still figuring out the best way, kind of like sustainable way, like time wise, to do that. Eventually, maybe even have someone who they do that under our under like guidance. Yeah, there's a lot that we're still kind of like piecing together in terms of the infrastructure. So
Heck, I mean, even just one of these little get ups, and maybe put a time limit kind of deal on like one of these gatherings. But I mean, do these like once a month or once a quarter, just with a big group of us. Put an event on Discord and just hang out and talk to us about stuff.
Yeah, this was really cool.
And then kiss me on the mouth.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever
Ooh.
done this before, right?
No,
Yeah, this is cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is the first time I've actually talked to you in voice chat. So
Rogi hit level 100 and unlocked a secret feature. We now can.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
as usual, Rogi's calling the shots on the server.
He's actually the boss.
He is the server.
We had
Will
the,
there ever be like a story? With
I love how
like,
Rogi's so focused on
Tomorrow.
everything else except for what's going on.
Did someone ask if there's going to be like a server story?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, sorry, I missed who asked that, but yeah, absolutely. This is something
was
I
Rogi.
mentioned. Oh, it was okay. Cool. Oh, okay. Speak of the Rogi. So
he is the story.
He is.
Rogi is the.
I can be the final boss.
Oh my
there's
god.
there's
You
gonna be
don't
a
have to
story.
fight him. You just have to drink all the teas he makes in an hour without dying.
that will dispatch him. Yeah.
Yeah.
The idea is for there to be like a story on two fronts. The first front is lore based, and that's going to be there is going to be like, especially when we get deeper into NPC factions, because there's actually a lore for the server that we've developed. And it has quite a deep backstory to it. It's similar, like in a way, like in certain ways, to Rust. I mean, Rust doesn't have a backstory, so in a way, we've kind of like answered what Rust's backstory might be, just because our projects, like in terms of like, how could you say, the setting, like they're very similar because even when the map reaches its like more final form, it's still going to be this thing which is like on this island. There's going to be like mysterious post-apocalyptic forces. So it is going to inevitably have things in common with Rust, but we do have quite a backstory already written, and the idea is that lore-based players are going to be able to experience that in the world. But in addition to that, we are going to have videos because one of the reasons I actually got into this project is because my main career before I even started dabbling into game development.
Chippendales.
It's Chippendales
Kissing me
and
passionately on the mouth.
and that sugar-esque things, but also I can't even speak. Video related stuff, which I'm really into, and yeah, so like I kind of wanted an outlet to also be able to do a lot of cinematics, and that's going to be a big part of it. There's going to be a lot of lore-based things that there's going to be a lot of lore-based cinematic videos that are going to be part of like an evolving. It's kind of going to be like almost like a TV series kind of thing with episodic things that reveal more of the lore. But in addition to that, there's also going to be player influenced stories, and they're going to kind of like they're going to integrate. They're going to kind of like
So like what Eve Online kind of almost has been failing to do for the past 5 years, but what their original plan was, where it's an open sandbox with like stories for factions and then like player-based stories on top of that.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I'm not really like too much of an Eve player. I'm pretty familiar with their original aims. I just never could get past like spreadsheet situation. But
Hey, those spreadsheets are really fun when you're staring at a spaceship. But
We'll
the
teach
big
you to love spreadsheets. Don't worry.
yeah.
yeah,
I think
not to disparage people who like Eve Online.
it was an amazing game. I really love the aesthetic. I do agree though that there is a bit too much spreadsheet.
Oh well, I mean, it's probably it's probably without a doubt. I mean, not even probably like the most deep sandbox that exists. Like that's still like actively played, because like there's games like Albion Online, but Albion Online is like it's like a pseudo sandbox. It's like a what's it called? What would be the title? Sand park. It's like a sand park basically. It's not like an actual sandbox. It has no lore. Like a lot of the things are very like rinse repeat. It has like tons of content. Like they've done really well for themselves with content, but it's not what I would call real sandbox. It's not like older ones like Ultima Online or Eve Online or things of that nature. So
Right.
so yeah, we're more inspired by things of that avenue, like
Right.
the really old games, but not discounting because we're not like forgetting about the influence of the new games, because there's certain things that have been influenced on the server by even Albion, like secured, lawful, lawless. Albion has similar things to that. So
Nice. What is your favorite MMO you've played?
I mean, that's kind of a hard question. Probably I would just go with like the top ones would be Ultima Online. It's kind of hard to top that. Ultima Online combined with EverQuest and Star Wars Galaxies. Probably
Galaxies
those
was really
three.
good. Galaxies was really good. I do miss Galaxies.
Do you
Yeah, I mean,
prefer long walks on the beach or mountain hikes?
I see that
Getting
this has
caught
a
in the
long.
rain?
This can go. Yeah, this can go long. These questions. I'll have to get back to you on that one. As much as it pains me to say that.
What's the best soundtrack, Captain?
That's not a question.
I don't think I could tell you. So I will say this. If anybody has specific map related stuff remaining, I mean not that I'm
Are
ever
you going to let me get on before everyone else and pick my own little island? Just want everyone to hear it because I'm your favorite. Everybody knows that. It's all
That
good.
Logie was his favorite.
No.
Trevor, he's
there
gonna
are
put
no
you in a
islands,
fucking cave.
unfortunately.
Oh yeah, I get to pick out a cave. Let me pick out a cave.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Just lock Trevor in a cave.
I mean, the
I was about
cave
to
might
say.
be infested with like troglodytes, but
That's fine. I'm a part of our
Make
team
it
now,
happen.
basically.
Oh my god, Trevor.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't underestimate how hard they how much they hurt. If you guys
Oh
want to
boy.
know, what we're going for with the troglodyte caves, watch the movie Bone Tomahawk.
Oh boy.
Okay.
That
You
sounds
No,
terrifying, and
Right.
you will be mildly traumatized, but it will.
all right, I'm good.
Sounds like a
It's like
regular wrestling experience.
I could barely play Phasmophobia with friends. I ain't watching no freaking traumatizing movie. I'm
I mean,
good.
it's a great movie. It's a great movie, but it really it's like there's no like more brutal depiction I've ever seen of like cave dwellers
I'm getting
in
the
like
forest vibes right now.
uh yeah. So yeah, just a suggestion, just an open suggestion. I will openly admit it's the reason I actually implemented primitive caves, because I wanted to kind of create that kind of feature. So there you have it.
Definitely gonna watch it then.
Mhm.
Here we go.
I'd recommend it. It's a great movie. I really like the director. Watch his other movies too. Very unique director.
Is that the one where they get like stuck in the cave and like? I think the right movie.
Spoiler
Western
alert:
cannibal
Dune
film.
No
is the
spoilers.
director.
There is some crazy
Yeah.
shit which happens in caves. I'll say that. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Thanks
Dude,
for
thank
showing
you
us
for
all the map stuff and putting
yeah,
up with our commentary.
Yeah.
our
Yeah,
antics.
this has been really cool.
This was
Right.
yeah, super awesome.
Thanks for
Really
having this.
excited. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for
I
all the
mean,
work you put in. Thanks for doing
Mhm.
everything you do for the server.
Love you, Dad.
Extend that thanks to
Yeah,
Tacos when he wakes up.
from his
yeah. I hope. Yeah. I hope he wakes up without getting screwed up sleep
Oh.
schedule. I hope I saved him in time, but yeah, definitely will do so. And thank you guys likewise for for showing up. I'm glad we had a pretty good amount. We had like 25 people at one point.
Yeah, people have been joining and leaving, so
Mm-hmm.
good turnout. Probably close to 30 individual different people.
Yeah, that's awesome. More than I expected, definitely, and I'm really glad that you guys could show up. And yeah, like once we already do have this planned for Patreon later, like kind of monthly Patreon meetings, which is kind of like, as I mentioned, I believe to Oxfox in one of our conversations, I basically said that we're planning to do it at the lowest tier, like the absolute lowest, just so it's a very basic barrier of entry, so that we don't have like, because like at some point when the server becomes more known or
You
whatever,
got cheese laying around me.
it it might be.
Sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all.
I was gonna say it just might be a small issue. Like, if it's completely public, it might just get a lot more convoluted to moderate. So that's one thing we are planning to do. But yeah, we'll see. Like, we'll see. We may do like a public version as well, or both at the same time in some sense. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out. But I do absolutely admit, I admit, I agree. I agree that this was awesome.
Thank you, Adun.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks to Dune and
Yeah.
community as well. Thank you guys for
All random Earth is a pain in the butt. Anyway.
Yeah, again, I'm really glad we had the turnout we did, and yeah. So, if there's no other questions about the map or walks on the beach or so on, or movies or whatever,
We can hold hands next to each other on a couch if that's
Oh
more
my
comfortable
gosh.
for you. I can show you my Pokemon card collection that I'm yet to start.
We could
I'll plan it out.
chill.
I'll plan it out.
Oh my goodness gracious.
sounds like we have a lot to arrange, Trevor. So
Yes, yes.
Come over to my house for some hookers and blow.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Oh, that escalated.
I'm glad that
Dude.
pick it up to 10.
Well, that sounds like the fun time.
Oh, yeah, Ghana always goes straight to 10.
I know whose house I'm going to.
Right?
I will say, Dune, have you thought about like putting together, at least creating a wiki? Because I feel like players could, add a lot to that, and
Properly vetted.
yeah, I feel like that's something that wouldn't take a lot of effort from your end, and that might help, established players,
Maybe.
yeah,
document some of how the server works.
The wiki has been kind of the wiki is almost like a tainted word at this point, because it's like it's been a it's been the most delayed thing possible. Like, there's nothing more that's been more delayed than the wiki, and the reason for that is a kind of embarrassingly simple one, which is that, like, to do the first wiki with the actual game mechanics, it's a very, very high dev cost thing, because there's no one else who can write the explicit specific mechanics with accuracy, like exact accuracy in terms of how they work, other than me. With that said, I absolutely will not discourage a wiki that players want to throw together, um, like on any of those wiki sites or whatever they may be, and you can put information that you vetted as much as possible, and I can also pop in and maybe make some changes. I just I won't manage it myself, because at that point it's not really like an official wiki, it's an unofficial wiki, and I think that could be very useful, that players can kind of manage and add to, because like it really takes a lot of time to like isolate the features and figure out how to word everything, and structure everything with limited space, and like and format it and so on and so forth. It kind of comes down to doing that or adding more features, and like unfortunately with limited time, like the choice to add more features has been winning relentlessly, but it's been something I've been working on for like half a year literally, and yeah, a lot of progress has been made, but another unfortunate fact of it is that a lot of the systems that have been added have evolved almost faster than I could write them. So, like, I have to rewrite everything constantly, and it ends up just being a massive like time like expenditure, which is really the only problem. Like that's the problem with it. So I absolutely would encourage if players want to do an unofficial wiki and compile as much as they can. That would be great, and I totally encourage it. It just won't be the official one, and the official one will be forthcoming. Like one day over some rainbow, it will be forthcoming.
Don't worry,
Any
RP Town's got
spreadsheet-
this.
Yeah, I was gonna say anybody that's into spreadsheets.
Yeah,
hit me up
we've
and
been
we
on
can collaborate
standby.
on this. Yeah,
That's half of what my degree is.
hell
I
yeah.
love spreadsheets.
I love spreading my cheeks.
Oh my god, Trevor!
Damn it,
I swear to God.
If I did do
Well,
spreadsheets for my
I thought
job
maybe
at this
somebody
point,
was
I'd
gonna say
offer,
that.
but good lord, I'm sick of staring at Excel.
Fair. Fair. Are we wrapping it up?
Yeah. So all right, guys. Well, okay. So I honestly, I'd be. It's been a great. What is it? 4? Yeah, just about 4 hours. Jeez, wasn't planning for it to be. Definitely not regretting that or anything whatsoever. It's been pretty amazing. All around in every way, and yeah, I think I think at this point, we've answered most things we needed to. I will do my best to get this video up on the RustRPG website, so that people can watch our blathering and so on and so forth.
You might need to censor the cheeks.
You're gonna have to edit a few things. I think.
Yeah.
I disagree.
We need a
Yeah,
timeout channel for Trevor.
No, we
Show
don't.
everyone what RustRPG is really about.
You gotta do. I do. I do this in my Discord. You gotta have a horny jail for people like Trevor.
No, you just
Yeah,
gotta.
okay.
You gotta give me a special role where people have to like for NSFW channels. They just have to like accept the terms before they can hear me in voice chat.
Please sign
that.
here your consent.
I will say that using the feature where you can, isn't there like a feature in Discord where you can prioritize one person's voice to always be louder than
Yeah.
other people?
Mhm.
That might
Yeah.
be good to do for a Dune.
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
I think
true.
this is that feature. Is this working?
No, I don't think it is. I don't hear you over when somebody else is talking.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Here, try
I
saying something.
just
Let's see if it
turned
works.
him up over
Blah
everybody
blah
else.
blah 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 blah.
I mean, I turned you up already, Dune.
Dune, you have to
Yeah,
talk for it to
same.
work. You're just sitting there quiet. Everyone else is like noises.
We can't.
Yeah,
I'm
you don't
talking
think.
because I
Yeah,
promised to talk. So
Yeah, if there's a bunch of us talking, I can't hear them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting, because I set the hotkey to the priority speaker hotkey. I guess it doesn't work or
Discord's
something else.
wonky.
I think if you just give yourself like when this person is talking in general, to have priority, I think that would be the way to do it. Because especially for these sort of group meetings.
Especially if there's more people, it's going to be even more chaotic too.
Yeah, we're
It's
pretty
much
tame
more
at
people.
30
We're
people.
Gonna need a stage if it gets much bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aqua was mentioning to me the other day about stages. Yeah, it's interesting. I did a little like preliminary research, you could say, into it. It seems like it would need an active moderator to handle it because if I was like live streaming, you have to constantly alt tab to like bring people on stage, so to speak, and like I don't think the person who's streaming could also do that because like I mean I'd have to constantly alt tab out of the stream. It seems just like
Right.
counter to the concept. So yeah, if there was like a moderator who would just like bring people up, so to speak. But I think the way it works though, if somebody gets on stage, it's only one, or let's say the people on stage speaking at a time. So it's maybe a little too regimented in a way. Who knows? We'll try it out at some point. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, this worked not too bad. I mean, we had a couple of people with hot mics, but besides that, it's been pretty calm.
Oh yeah, it's been really good.
Except for Trevor and Gunner, but I mean,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Trevor's fine.
Trevor's amazing.
I've heard worse than what Trevor has said.
I did nothing.
Didn't hang out with him long enough.
Oh no, I've got friends like Trevor. Trust me. Actually, named Trevor too.
No one has friends like me. It's either me or nothing.
one of a kind.
One of a kind. Huh? Well, I guess we're gonna have to be friends now.
Gotta collect them all.
All right, guys. Well, okay. Yeah. Again, so
On that note,
thank you once more, and again and again and again for coming. And yeah, I'll post this online, and you can relive the experience. And up until
Oh my
then,
God, Katarina's cancer. Yeah.
up until then, I'm gonna keep working on the map, fixing the plugin issues.
keep being you.
Yeah, can't help it for good or for
Keep being a
ill.
badass. Doing what you do best.
Well, I will say I don't really have like an ETA to give on this, but right now it's early February is our goal. But yeah, we'll keep everyone updated. I feel excuse me. I feel a little better about updating people like in this manner rather than just walls of text that are more impersonal. So I hope
The walls of text are good to read, but I think this is much needed. I mean, I've been following this project since sometime last year. I don't remember. 2021 merged together into one day. And like this is the first time we've done this, and this was actually pretty good. Like bringing just the community together in one voice channel.
Yeah.
For building a community, it's a big step.
Until the update.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of keeping up 5 bases just to get through to the update.
Hey, there's plus 100% gathering as of Friday, so
That's a plus.
Oh boy.
That's when I'll
Can't
be
believe
on.
I got scammed up keeping Ogie's base.
Fucking scammed. Shut your mouth.
yeah, we'll let you guys work that one out in private. Sounds spicy. So on that note, okay, guys. Yeah, thank you again, and yeah, we'll try to do this again as soon as possible. And other than that, we'll keep everyone posted. Oh, and here's a sawmill on the parting note. I'll keep everyone posted on our progress. I will try my best not to give ETAs until we're pretty solid. So yeah, and thanks again, and let's do this as soon as we can. It was really
Tomorrow.
awesome.
Yeah,
Sounds
appreciate
good.
it.
Good night, everyone.
Hey, a
Have a
DM
good
before you hop
night.
off.
Yeah.
Since you're a
Yes.
time-sensitive DM, sorry.
Oh, sounds good. I'll check it out. Okay, cool.
Thanks.
Bye, everyone. I love
See
you
guys
all.
soon.
I love it the most. Bye.
No, you don't. Don't lie to me.
Hey,
See you guys.